All right. I'm going to read about composting until someone wants to chat. Compost, the process and product, is another example of harnessing biology to assist us in promoting a healthy, robust soil that in turn grows quality crops. Compost is one of the easiest and most essential ways to increase your soil's organic matter content and brings with it all the structural, nutrient holding, aeration, and hydration benefits of organic matter. It's also an environmentally sound way to reduce and recycle garden and kitchen waste. How composting works. The composting process has three distinct phases. They are mesophilic, thermophilic, and curing. It's interesting how the temperatures increase in your compost pile. During the first mesophilic phase of composting, waves of bacteria and fungi multiply rapidly and feed on the succulent plants in the pile, secreting enzymes and acids that break down the plant material. When the compost pile is properly constructed, the first 24 to 48 hours feature an explosive, exponential growth of these organisms. Bacteria can double their populations every 20 to 60 minutes. Often, there is no recognizable plant material in the pile after even a few days, thanks to the biochemical decomposition taking place. Here we go. Let's turn some music off. Hello, Ardlian. Hello. I can show the message. There is a chat link at the top. You can also just chat with text, whatever you'd like. I am reading a little bit from this book. That's pretty amazing. Bacteria can double their populations every 20 to 60 minutes. That's wild. So, first phase, mesophilic, second phase, thermophilic. The heat loving organisms Still some bacteria, but increasingly fungi. Small piles made incrementally will not get hot enough to reach this phase. Fungi act to decompose more complex carbon compounds. So, mesophilic and thermophilic, and then curing. As the pile cools and begins its curing process, a third microbial population comes to the fore, a type of actinobacteria, often referred to as actinomycetes. I could look that one up. Actinomycetes. Actinomycetes. It's a weird word. The actinomycetes have the simple cell structure of bacteria but more closely resemble fungi. When your compost pile has cooled and cured for 1 to 3 months, macroorganisms, the shredders and chewers, move in to finish the job. These organisms, such as mites, springtails, centipedes, millipedes, sow-bugs, ants, and earthworms, are physical, as opposed to chemical, decomposers. They use their mouth parts to chew, shred, and further break apart resistant materials, as well as feed on dead bacteria and fungi. I bet that's when you can have a good bed of worms. Let's see. Comments. Hello. Hey, Grim. You're welcome to click that link and come in and visit if you're not busy. I'm just reading about compost piles. Compost, fermentation, etc. are all pretty amazing. I wonder what ancient people thought was going on with it. So, Chad had mentioned checking out the compost in the Amazon. Pretty interesting. Um, I didn't do the research, but the position or the perspective that he shared with me is that maybe there was some orange peels mixed in, but basically the idea is that there were farmers, people who were farming in what is now the Amazon. So there were ancient farmers. We need an expert. I am not the expert. Yeah, Grim did have an interesting point on yesterday's stream about all of the stories we encounter. I'm warming up some chili. The cold finally got here. Sounds good. Warm chili on a cold day. In a sense, composting is a form of animal husbandry, and a compost pile is simply pasture for microbes. As with any successful husbandry effort, habitat, diet, clean air, and water are the keys to success. Conventional guidelines suggest a minimum ideal size of 5 by 5 by 5 feet, using the logic that a big pile has more internal mass and thus a more hospitable decomposition environment. But don't despair, one of the more successful compost piles I have ever built was during a community workshop. It was a scant 2 by 3 by 2 feet. It produced beautiful compost in 3 to 4 months. Size isn't everything. I wonder if the worms come from some other dimension. They come from the vertical dimension. Depends on your perspective. How they know you composting over there. So you can add worms to the pile, but there's probably, if you find worms, they were probably already there. They're hunting food. That's my guess. You have to get the right carbon nitrogen proportion. So I think gardening is probably something that important. If you think the world's bad, you probably should garden. But it's probably important even if you don't think the world's bad. I throw the coffee grounds out there and cross my fingers. We do a worm dance. You know the worm? Like the rain dance brings in the rain, the worm dance brings in the worms. I'm just visualizing Gramgraz out by the shed doing the worm on coffee grounds. Materials high in carbon include dry brown materials such as straw, leaves, and wood chips. Materials high in nitrogen include animal manures and wet greens such as yard trimmings, cover crops, and kitchen scraps. No meat. Don't forget to moisturize and aerate. One of my YouTube binges was the compost channel that was experimenting with meat allowed systems. Seems like with meat, you need a good scavenger. Sounds interesting. It's interesting the channels that do things like that. I watched this guy who liked to mow grass for people who couldn't take care of their yard. There's a couple of YouTube channels like that. Yeah, it's interesting watching transformation videos. It's because we all want to transform. Let's see. I think his eventual solution was to include a cat to prey on the rats. Interesting. You need a cat as a part of your compost ecosystem. I think with cats, you have to. What is that? There's a virus that cats have. Cat pee virus. Toxoplasmosis. Parasitic disease caused by Toxoplasma gondii. Infections with toxoplasmosis are associated with a variety of neuropsychiatric and behavioral conditions. Wild. The cat pee can change your brain. It's like a mind-altering substance. Going through with the toxoplasmosis facts. Makes the mice less scared and they're easier to catch. It's like some kind of evolutionary thing, maybe. There was an interesting part in this book about the history of fruit trees. What is your favorite apple? Let's read about the gala. The gala is 600 chill hours with early season ripening. So I think the chill hours has something to do with the amount of cold experienced by the tree before it will become activated to begin fruiting. I'm not an expert. I still have some work. Granny Smith. Oh man, you like the sour ones. Let's see if I can find a Granny Smith. There's the Granny Smith. The Granny Smith requires 500 chill hours and it's a very late season ripening. Discovered as a volunteer seedling from Australia in the 1860s. Generally a hard, crisp, mild, slightly acidic green variety that develops both sugar and orange-yellow blush on the shoulders at full maturation. To me, it is a very ordinary apple, whose only redeeming quality is the time of year it ripens, late fall to early winter. In July to October, it's a spitter. Take a bite to test it, spit it out, and move on. But in December and January, it's not a bad apple. It's also utilitarian. It crops reliably, and it's a great pollinator for most apple varieties. Suggested pollinators: Acane, Alcamene, Chestnut, and Dolgo crabapples, Gala, and Golden Russet. I have an apple tree out back, but it's one of those red mushy ones. The red mushy ones. Yeah, it happens. There are a lot of apples. It's just interesting that um, there's like there are people who attempt to breed new varieties of apples. And there's actually there's someone in here who's famous for having bred like three varieties of apples within his lifetime. But you've got some varieties that go back, like that one was in Australia from the 1800s, 1860s. Some apples come from, thousands, well, over 1,000 years ago, and some are more recent. Let's see. You do that with people, and they get so upset. I'm trying to understand. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Grimgros. The apple breeding. I get upset when you do the eugenics, but you can't do that with you can do that with apples and pretty much everything we buy at a grocery store. But the foods, they have been selected to be of service. It's just like the aliens did, right, Grim Gross? We have been selected to be of service, good, obedient workers. So I don't know if the apples is the typo, or is it really THC apples? I'm pretty sure Chad meant THC apples. It is interesting. I've heard of honeybees that can be used alongside plants with THC. But yeah, I don't know about THC apples. Yeah, new species of humans is apparently across some line. Yeah, I do wonder what's happening to the species. What's happening? Yeah, Chad says THC. THC. Yeah, I don't think we will have THC apples. But I don't know, that it would require some crazy genetic modification, I would guess. I know a lady who farms goats. I tried to convince her to feed them only cannabis plants to see if the milk was special. Yeah. I've heard that you can feed goats like blueberries, different things. Let's see. I'm going to turn off the music now. How's it going, Chad?
What's up, duder?
Glad you're here.
I can only stay for like a cigarette. I just got done doing some writing, and my wife just got back from taking Dolly to the puppy class. So we're gonna chill out and watch some Bosch before bed.
I don't know what Bosch is. What's that?
It's like a detective show on Amazon Prime. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Is it? She likes it, or is just one that you both like?
Well, we ran out of all the other ones, so we're like, I guess we could watch Bosch, and it's like it's okay. It's the first season. I'm guessing it'll get better. I mean, it stayed on for 7 seasons, so must have did something right. But
That's a good point. That's one metric.
yeah, I mean, it's like um, it's got like a noirish, not really, but kind of like there's like a noirish kind of a aftertaste to it, but not much. Like there's a character in there. She's like this newbie cop, but she's definitely in her 30s or 40s, and she was once a lawyer, and she decided she wanted to be a cop, so she becomes a cop, and she's like a beat cop, but like she's gone on a bunch of adventures. Apparently her parents were rich or something, so she's went like diving and like with sharks and stuff. It's like
You
she's
called
not,
you said noirish. Is that a genre? Noir.
yeah, it's like kind of you wouldn't experience this reality in real world, I don't think. I mean, just as far as like the dialogue goes, and it's a little, it's not cringy. It's a,
So you're
it,
gonna be rubbing some feet pretty soon.
oh yeah,
Do you rub feet while you watch
it's
shows?
it's funny you said that. Yes,
Yeah.
that's it. Because I told her I'm like I'm gonna have a smoke, and then I'll come in and we can watch some TV, and then I'll rub your feet. She's like, that would be nice.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I, it's something I do often. I do a lot of feet rubbing, foot rubbing. It's
Hmm.
uh, it's good. It's also interesting, like massaging and rubbing feet. There's a communication that's going on there as well, right?
Oh yeah,
And then you can kind of explore muscles and try to figure out how to do it really well. The
yeah,
problem is when you learn how to do it really well, then your wife knows it's like whether you're trying or not. So
yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. It's a good thing. It's a really good thing.
yeah, yeah. I had a lady tell me she saw me rubbing my wife's feet one time. She's like, "You should do that every day." I was like, I mean, I can't argue with that.
Well, I mean, it inevitably happens every day, but it's not every day that I put in my all. You know what I'm saying? Being real, dude.
I know. Yeah, sometimes I'm like, I have a book and I'm reading a book, or I'm listening to it just chatting and I'm rubbing some feet. But it's sometimes you put a little more effort into it.
Yeah. So, did you look into that Terra Parata that we talked about?
There you go. I actually brought it up earlier, but I have not looked into it. I was reading about composting, and there was a chat message about. I wonder how they did it in the old times. And I'd mentioned how Chad had mentioned the Amazon rainforest, and there were some ancient. There's evidence of ancient people who were doing farming there, and then you had mentioned Terra Paretta. I didn't remember that name though.
Yeah.
Tell us about it before you got to go.
I don't know a lot about it. What I remember about it is it's, I don't know, maybe 12 to 16 inches thick soil. It's for some reason they could tell that it was engineered soil, but they don't know exactly how they did it. Some of the richest soil on the planet, and I think they might have used. Some people have tried to recreate it. I think they've used orange peels and stuff like this,
Hmm.
but because for some reason maybe the soil that was there wasn't um, couldn't do anything, so they had to solve this problem, and somehow they solved the problem. And it's like it's supposedly really fabulous soil. Like,
So, and that would explain like why there's so much life there,
mhm.
or help explain is that
Yeah,
this.
and if you look at um, there's been some evidence or pictures of like some topographical pictures of the trees and how they're laid out, and a lot of them look like they're laid in perfect rows, and they're like actual these crazy trees. A lot of them are fruit trees, and like whole cities were like there. Supposedly there was like a whole city there and stuff like that before the conquistadors came in and destroyed and murdered like an entire city of people. I don't know the exact story. I think I got this out of a uh, Graham Norton book. Uh, it wasn't Fingerprints of the Gods. It was one of those books.
I haven't heard of that. Let's see. Graham Norton, Graham
Yeah,
Norton. Okay.
yeah. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mean, He's got a lot of books. And he's got some that are explicitly fiction. Then he has other ones where he's like talking about it and investing.
Michael Sartori said Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock. That's right. Yes, yes. Graham
That
Hancock.
rings. Cool. I've listened to him, but I haven't read any of his books. I bet they're interesting.
Yeah, some of it's interesting. I mean, he he kind of sells it as if it's like his history, but then he says, "But it's not. But this is what I think happened," and it's it seems compelling because he's a storyteller. So of course, there's some interesting stuff there. Talks about an ancient race of teachers that went around, and they were white haired and white beard, and they went around and basically had a school of people that taught people how to farm and things like this, and they went around the world. And there's some talk about, I think, Atlantis and um, different things like this.
Yeah, I remember him going on Joe Rogan and talking about the kind of these old sites where there
Mhm.
were old civilizations.
Yeah, Tepe, Gobekli Tepe or something like that. Yeah, I mean that's really cool, and that, like, I think that goes. There's evidence of that was where Abraham was from, and who knows, man. It's all cool, but there's listen to a lot of his books. When I first started listening to Joe Rogan, the first book I got was a book by Nicholas Christakis called "The Blueprint of How to Make a Good Civilization," and then I went along and got a Graham Hancock book. It wasn't Fingerprints of the Gods; it was another one. And then I got another one, and those are good. They're good books.
Do you like read or do audiobooks, or like how do you do it?
Only do audio. I don't have
Yeah.
any time to read, but with my
Yep.
job, I'm able to listen to books, so I can just like you know that's how I got through all the Stephen King stuff that I did and everything. I mean, and it helps. That's why I really like Michael Sartori's um, idea of like some sort of a hands-on academy where you use your hands, but you maybe have discussion about other things. And I know for me, when I'm listening to books or podcasts or stuff, I can uh, have pretty good recall as far as comprehension goes with that stuff. But if it came to reading, it's not really there. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like we may have evolved to listen to stories or something.
Weird. I wonder where that came from. Might have been something like campfires and something like the non-existence of television and or books, and nobody could read. So yeah, I mean, stories are huge.
I think my brain started doing something like I don't know if how much you type, but like I've got to the point where my fingers just do it, right? It just types on its own, and that's kind of how I read as well. And so as long as I don't let my mind wander, I end up kind of visualizing things as I'm reading.
Yeah.
So, I just read a whole bunch, but I think it's similar to like that just automatic thing that happens after you've done something so much.
Yeah.
But it's awesome to be able to listen to audiobooks while you're being productive, right?
Yeah, I like it.
You can end up with a university degree while paying off the bills and all of that. Not a real degree, but you could have the training to be able to go pass a test saying, I know my stuff.
Well, I think that would be interesting if we did have quizzes, because I think that would help, because I think a lot is missed if you don't have the quizzes. But I was thinking about this, and I've been dropping it in these chats a lot, where I would say, like at the top of my lungs in the chat, live chat, where I say this this little corner. And by the way, it is this little corner. It's not TLC. That I'm kind of being driven nuts by that. Although I am a little driven nuts by this little corner phrase, but this little corner is like it's like a Reformation or a Protestant response to the university, and just like you know Luther's response to the Catholic Church. Um, Only I don't know who Luther would be exactly. Maybe it'd be Mark Lefebvre. Um, he would be our Luther, heading our our Protestant our protest against the university, and we'll have this Reformation. So
It's just, I heard Jacob say something in the previous just chatting about how we ended up here because we didn't find everything else that's out there satisfying, right? We weren't really satisfied.
mhm.
And I say we, it's like because that's why I'm here.
Because you're French.
No.
Well, it's funny. Every time I think of burn power, all I think of is Labrie, and so like you know how like Lutheran churches name their churches after Luther. We can have Lefebvre University, which is like Lefebvre campuses, where it's kind of like that thing. And after I've said all that, hey, what is he saying here?
He does not want to be the Luther of the of this protest that we are doing.
Yeah, well, like it or not, there you are, Lefebvre. So, with all that said, I'd love to stick around, but
I understand.
pizza rub, my friends. And night night.
Thanks for dropping in. There's a link at the top. I can always put background music on and read about fruit trees. Mark says, I'd rather be dead than have an academy named after me. Well, yeah, there's no telling what it would turn into. That's the thing. You could maybe do some good work with people, and then they could take your name and do anything they want with the name. Let me find some background music. Yeah, anyone? There's a link. There we go. There's Mark. How are you, Mark?
Oh, I'm doing all right, Gavin. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Good. I had to get a little coffee so I wouldn't get sleepy.
Yeah, well, that happens, I guess.
How was your day?
Pretty terrible, but
Terrible
I'm
day.
here. So nothing's working. I had a 3 hour nap. I don't know why. Didn't seem to be lunch related. Who knows? Just fell asleep for 3 hours. So now trying to get a computer working, and it's not. Just I don't know. You reboot the machine, doesn't work anymore. It's like, really?
Oh man.
It's the world we live in. Technology is breaking down. Amazon lost $1 billion of market value, right? Like I think that's
Oh, I
the
hadn't heard
nail in
that.
the coffin.
I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin for everything. I think it's all downhill in tech from here. Although it lasted a lot longer than I thought. So,
when did that happen?
I think in the latest earnings announcement or something.
Okay.
It's the last week or so.
It's interesting. I know my experience with Amazon recently has not been. It's been more misses than hits as far as when I talk
Yeah.
to support or anything like that. But sometimes I get like I was on a call with a support guy and he was trying to tell me what I was looking at, and I'm like, and I had my coworker with me, and I told my coworker, I said, "Hold up, I'm about to teach this person something." So I've got the support guys supposed to know more than me, and I'm teaching them how to read the data because
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't, you know,
they've never been able to keep employees at the on the tech side. I hear they
yeah,
do the warehouses. They treat people really well, but on the tech side, everyone leaves. Everyone leaves. They last
yeah,
maybe 2 years at most, and they can't keep them even with like, oh, we'll give you free stock. People are like, nope, I'm going to walk away. It's like, wow, it must be really bad there.
yeah. I mean, I tried to interview there, but I wasn't good enough. So, and maybe
Uh,
that was a blessing.
they tried to get me in there a few times, and one time I actually talked to them, and I was like, you guys, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't work on this. This is dumb. You have no idea what you're doing. I have no
Did
interest in this project.
Did you go
I'm
through
not
the interview process?
Yeah. I interviewed with, the guy was, oh, we've got 7 different vendors for our internal equipment, the routers and the switches and all that. We want one management platform. This was right after the first outage they had that was related to a routing change that they made incorrectly.
Is that
And
when
there's some,
their S3 went down or something? Was that
no,
the
no,
no?
the whole thing went down. Like
Like their
large
website?
swaths of everything went down. It was really
Okay.
bad. And then it turned out, I found out later, I found out 6 months after that, I was working with some of the guys who had worked with the guy who made that routing mistake. But the problem was, and this is why I didn't go forward with the interviews. So I'm talking to the manager on the project, and he goes, yeah, we're going to write this all in Java. And I'm like, well, that's the last language I'd use for a project like this. You have to be kind of insane. And I said, well, are you going to have it check all the routes before it makes a change? And he's like, no, we're just going to automate the change. And I was like, but that would make the problem worse, not better. Because if
Yeah.
you automate the change and
Automation
you have
can.
the same person make the same mistake, it's just going to happen faster. It's not
Yeah. Automation can be bad
what do you
sometimes.
do? Yeah, because I thought it sounded to me like the project was, oh, we're going to figure out the routes that we have and how the change would affect them, and then we'll you don't even need to automate the change on the devices. You just need to know ahead of time what the change is going to do, and that wasn't the project at all. They didn't care about that, and I was like, I'm not going to work on this project with you, especially not in Java. It's totally the wrong language.
What
But
kind of
it was just funny.
what kind of role would you like? They were recruiting for a role. What kind of role would you play if you were going there?
Oh, I have to remember what they wanted.
Because I know they do
I
like
think
10-person teams, and
they were just, I think at that time they were just looking for a senior DevOps guy. But really, like, they wanted someone who could code. And I'm like, well, I can code in Java, but I'm not going to. Like, your company does not possess enough value in the world to make me code in Java on purpose. I'm not coding for you, so go away. I'll write automation, but you'd have to be a fool to write automation in Java for devices. Java's just, and the irony there is the original Java, that's what it was for. It was for IoT. But Java is so heavy since its initial build that you would never use it for that, ever. That would just be a terrible idea. Now, you code something like that in Python or Perl in like 4 seconds, but it would take forever to get it right in Java just because Java's, it's just not, it doesn't do stuff like that well. It's just not well suited for that. So yeah, they wanted, and they needed somebody with my expertise, but yeah. And I knew, like everybody in the tech industry knows, that they already calculated they're not going to be able to hire anybody at all in like 5 more years because everybody's worked there already and doesn't want to go back. Just like, wow. But it's not just Amazon, right? So Microsoft laid off a bunch of people. There's 4 or 5 tech companies laying off more than 10% of their workforce. So it is not good out there right now, and
it seems like at some point they could get to a point where they just stop trying to add new features and they just like try to make sure the thing they have works.
they could, but they're using Agile, and you can't do that in Agile. The whole measurement thing, once you start measuring progress of people, like Agile is almost as bad. Well, maybe Agile is worse than measuring lines of code, right? Agile is terrible because it's just release, and you're measured by number of releases and not the quality of the releases, not how far advanced the release is from the last release, not how stable it is, not how much better for the code, right? And so you get these weird side effects, like, they upgrade a minor version of VirtualBox on Linux, and they change something about permissions, and now it doesn't work. And it's like, whatever change you made shouldn't have needed to be made, and now you broke it, and it used to work. And why did you make a change that you didn't? I know technically that change did not need to happen, and you made it, and now you broke it. And that happens on this thing all the time. Like, they keep upgrading Android Auto, and it's as unstable a piece of software as I've seen in my life. Like, I never know what's going to happen when I put my phone in driving mode. I know it's not going to work, but I just don't know how. It's going to do something new in its not working state. But that's everything. That's not like tech may have had a meaning crisis first, but everything is, suffering that problem.
It reminds me of, I read The Goal by Goldratt, and he would go into, what he did was try to help improve the productivity and efficiency of plants. But he used science fiction to try to teach. But one of the things, his whole thing is called theory of constraints. But it was interesting how one idea in the book is like this idea that you don't have to have your employees just working all the time. It actually ends up causing a bottleneck and decreasing the efficiency to just expect your employees to be working all the time, which is, to me, it sounds like the argument or the criticism you're making against Agile is that sometimes it's okay to slow down and not change the code that's in production, right?
Yeah. Well, Agile creates a bunch of problems. That's one of them. Like, if the other problem is that Agile is designed, and rapid application development in particular is designed to solve the merge problem, which is to say you've got, coders over here and coders over there, and eventually their code has to work together, right? That's always true. Like, it doesn't, so you can do that different ways. And one of the ways that is enabled by automation and a good tool like Git, and Git is a very good tool, that style of version control, is that you can do it when you check in the software, right? So instead of waiting for a release to integrate all the code together, and I worked with Fortune 500s. Look, some of the Fortune 500s I worked with had larger code bases than any of these companies today, actually, except maybe Microsoft. Microsoft's got a ridiculous code base, but Amazon doesn't have any code bases as big as something like PTC or Cadence Design Systems, and they had configuration management groups. That's what they were called. That before DevOps was called DevOps. Configuration management was one of the things that DevOps, that was a part of DevOps. Mm-hmm. They would organize the releases on a quarterly or twice a year or yearly basis, and they would do all the code merges. They would, right? Not by themselves, but like they'd work with the engineers and get all the code merges done for the release. And that was its own process. And the engineers were not writing new code, or if they were, they weren't doing it on a deadline because they had to be available if the configuration management team saw a problem with your code merge, right? And so what they did was they said, we don't care what you code, but if it doesn't work, you got to fix it, and we'll find it. And if it's two of you people's code is conflicting, then you can work it out, or three, or whatever it was. But they did that at the end of the cycle, just before the release date. With Git, the idea is the minute you check in the code, you test it against everybody else's code. The problem is you can't actually mathematically do that. Like, it's not possible to do if you do the math, you're like, wait a minute, how many tests would you have to run per check-in to check every condition? Well, the answer is A, you don't know every condition. B, you don't know every condition in production. C, you don't know every condition in QA. And D, you don't even know every condition in dev. And the dev is the smallest bucket. You still don't know. And so A, you have an open set. B, it would take forever to run this definitionally. Like, so you can't. So you have to run some subset of tests. Well, then who writes those tests and how are they written? And then, Agile seems to, believe that you can do testing at the bottom. Like, well, if all of my functions do everything they say in the way, then then it's bug free. But that's not true. And again, this is math. So if these people took CS 101 and did the math, they'd know this. Like, I didn't take any CS 101 courses, but I read all the books. Like, this is well known. I mean, this is written about in the standard books that you should read as part of learning programming. So you can't use unit tests to get code coverage. It doesn't work, because when the code's integrated, you need integration tests. And even that's insufficient, because you need to test against your data set in case you've got a problem in the data that isn't covered by the code. Like, that happens all the time. So you're changing when the merge happens, and you're merging early, but you're not testing it now because you can't, right? You're not leaving enough time. And Agile encourages, it doesn't say this, but it encourages people to skip the design phase and work 24/7, because you're being measured by sprints. You shouldn't measure people by sprints. You shouldn't measure people by lines coded. You shouldn't use these measures, because then you're going to keep your workers busy. I'm sure I told the story before, but I was at a cell phone company, and they called me into another group, because I was part of it. It was a very early DevOps group. They were actually really ahead of the curve. So they called me in to help with this group, and I had no idea why. I'm like, I don't know who this group is. I don't know what they do. This isn't my boss. I'm working for a director, and my VP told me to do it. So whatever, I'll go do where my VP says. I don't care. And the director goes, yeah, we're having all these problems with this backlog, and the backlog keeps getting bigger. We don't know what to do. And I said, okay, well, what's your sprint schedule? And she's like, 2 weeks. I'm like, oh, 2 weeks, really? You're releasing every 2 weeks? Like, actually releasing? It's like, and she, oh yeah, we release every Friday. And I'm like, what? Nobody releases on a Friday. Come on. Like, what? This was well known. Like, what are you doing? Why are you releasing on a Friday? And then we jump into the next sprint on Monday. And I'm like, you cannot do that. You can't. Somebody has to maintain the code you just released, at least for a week, because you're going to have bugs. Yeah. Because when you force your release schedule, you destroy the quality. You're guaranteed to have bugs if you force your release date. You can do that. I'm not saying don't force your release date. I'm saying if you force your release date, you're going to have more bugs than if you don't. If you slip your release date for quality, you're going to have less, because that's the trade-off you make in release. That's the proper trade-off. So I told her, either split your team in two or put a week between the sprints. And the other problem was they had their sprints planned out as if every engineer had 40 hours a week to work. And I'm like, in Agile, you don't have 40 hours a week, because you spend 10 hours a week in meetings. Like, you can't schedule people up for 40 hours and put them in 10 hours of meeting and expect 40 hours of coding out of them. The math doesn't work. And people make these mistakes all the time in Agile, all the time.
I like your shirt.
Like my shirt? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
If things get any worse, I'll have to ask you to stop helping. I think it reminds me, my dad did construction work, and he would go to pick up lumber, and the guys would want to get it out and help, like get the lumber on the truck, and he'd say, "No, I got it." But have you ever tried to do a startup with a software company?
Oh yeah. I've had 8 businesses, Gavin.
Oh, cool.
Only one of them worked out, which is the one that's just me. The minute you involve other people, it's very hard. Things get very. I'm consulting for a startup now. I'm not consulting them. I'm one of the founders, but I'm doing some work with a startup now. It's just they need a lot of funding, and that takes contacts. Like, you got to know people. You got to know people to get people interested. But it's in healthcare, so if we can do it, we'll revolutionize healthcare, because it's a great idea. But these startups are. Look, all startups fail, right? And then every once in a while, people get lucky. I was part of one startup, and they were in Boston. They were right downtown. It's a beautiful place, actually. I really liked working there. They had an idea for cookies. They were tracking people by device. So they knew if you were using your Chromebook, your computer, or your phone to visit websites. And this is long before anybody could do this in advertising.
Interesting.
And I estimated their product was worth about $500 million, realistically. I was like, yeah, it's a $500 million value in this company. And the CTO, and it was like there were 8 of us, right? It's a small company. The CTO, one of the guys I worked with, and I pulled him aside, said, you really ought to patent this, right? And we had a couple of ideas for patents, but the big one, we were like, no, you need to patent this tomorrow. And he didn't do it. And then the company folded like 3 months later, mainly because it had no patents. that probably would have kept it afloat. And they lost a bunch of customers because the CEO, who was very nice, I really liked some of her CEO qualities, but she had some other qualities that were not so good. And we lost a bunch of customers and no one noticed. And she got all upset and, at the workers who had nothing. Like, she was upset at me. I'm like, I don't know how to check our customers, and that's not my job. And I would have done it had I been told, but I wasn't even told about, like, here's how the dashboard works, and here's what you should do every morning. Nobody told me any of that. So, and like half of us weren't doing it because we were on the tech side. We were building tech stuff. We weren't. Yeah. Our job wasn't sales and marketing. What the hell do I know about sales and marketing?
Yeah, it's to your point. Working by yourself can be easier than working on a team.
Right. And that company failed, right? But 6 or 8 months later, I found out Google spent $300 million building this equivalent technology. And I can guarantee you they didn't spend more than 2. So Google really ripped themselves off on that one. And we had a better platform. We actually had that company, and I didn't design it, which was really sad. Although, to be fair, I knew everybody that worked on it somehow. I didn't know this at the time when they hired me, but I was like, They put the design on the board, and I went, there's no way this is designed that well. Nobody knows how to do this that well. And then I started looking at the code and the infrastructure code and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I know him. Oh, I know that person. Oh, I know this guy. I knew everybody that worked on it. And I was like, oh, this is why it's so well designed. I know all these guys, and they're really good. Like, they were really good. Boston had some really good engineers back then. I don't know that it's still true, but yeah, they could have been a big company. I would have been retired. That would have been great. Yeah. We could have sold to Google for a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, that's it's hard to work on teams. And then also you can have a good product and not be able to actually make it. Like, that's also interesting that, like, you can have a good product and good software engineers, but then if you can't actually get the customer and like have a product market fit and an ideal customer profile, you're just not going to be able to make it. So
most people won't do the work, right? The first piece of work you have to do if you want to be in a small business is you need to read a book like The 10-Day MBA by Steven Silberger, right? Because you don't need to get an MBA at a school. That's dumb. I hate schools. No. College, no. I didn't go to college. I don't suggest anybody else go to college ever.
If you want to be a doctor, though, right?
Whatever. Or just go to a country that doesn't care and be a doctor there, and everybody will love you, and you won't have to be in debt. But look, understanding the concepts in something like the 10-Day MBA is really helpful. And it's not just, well, I'm never going to start a business. It makes you a better employee, because then you can understand, like, a lot of people get wrapped up around the decisions people make, and they're like, they made the wrong decision because it hurts the tech team. Yeah, but maybe they didn't make the wrong decision. And maybe you just don't have enough understanding of all the considerations for a decision in a business that are important. Like, if you have a troublesome guy on your tech team, maybe no matter how good a coder he is, he has to go because he's just disrupting too many people. Yeah. That happens. That's an HR decision, right? Or like me in that startup, they got rid of me first. Why? Because even though they weren't really paying me very well, in my opinion, certainly way under market. I was the highest paid guy there. So they were like, you got to go. Because they had already gotten rid of their top end software engineer, replaced him with another top end software engineer who was, on the lower side of that. So he was more of a mid-tier engineer moving up. The guy they had before was a top end engineer, and he was sort of stooping down to work there, and he went to a better place to work. So that made me the highest paid guy. Even though, they were paying me a pittance, I could have made a lot more money, like a lot more money. I probably could have. Yeah, back then I probably could have pulled in about $200K a year consulting, and they were paying me about half that, a little bit more.
On the you said like 8 startups. Is it always the case that you somehow find a customer, or is it the case that you build a product and then try to market it? Like, how does it normally work out in your experience?
No, there's nothing normal about startups. I mean, this is one of the problems. People think there's a template for business, and if you follow the template, you're fine. And no, the way Elon Musk does things is not going to work for Jeff Bezos, and that's not going to work for Richard Branson. And that, and you can read their books and find this out. By the way, Branson writes some great books on him starting some of his ventures and his attitude. But there's lots of ways. Most of the businesses that I know of, small businesses that are successful, are built off a single customer. In other words, usually somebody works at a place, and then they quit, and they start a consulting business and sell back to the place they worked at. That happens way more in successful businesses than you would imagine possible. So some businesses start with customers first. Most of my businesses did not start with customers first. One business was a business idea that I gave to my friend, and who at the time owned an internet service provider. And he made the tech, although he did a sloppy job, even though he's a very smart guy. He should have done a better job. And then I said to my buddies, I said, he's unhappy with this business, and he wants to get rid of it. And he's making a lot of mistakes. And I think we can just come in and fix a bunch of stuff and make a bunch of money. And I said, but we got to buy it from him. And it was cheap. Like $5,000, we're not talking about a lot of money. So we bought the whole thing from them for $5,000 with all these special, deals for everybody who has an account gets an account for free forever, that sort of thing. Who didn't, everybody who had a free account already would keep it. Everybody who was paying would pay us instead. And then the problem was we had no sales and marketing, and we didn't think about that. We were totally focused on the tech. We couldn't get the tech working. Part of that was my code didn't work. But part of that was my code didn't work because the guy who was testing it didn't know how to test it and kept saying it doesn't work. And I'm like, yeah, but you have to show me an example, because if I don't have an example, I can't figure it out. Right. So you got to have good QA people. You can't just, you can't just say, I'm good at software engineering, he can do QA. That's not how that works.
That's that pattern where you can throw it over the fence back and forth, and it makes it hard sometimes whenever that's happening.
Right. And a good QA engineer will go in and tell you where your bug is, right? Or at least show you the difference between what they found and what your software did.
It's nice to have steps to reproduce.
Right. And then the biggest problem with that company was, so my two partners lived together in an apartment, like a mile from my house. They're right down the street. And they were college roommates back in the day. And then one of them got involved with my girlfriend. And that caused all kinds of problems, as you can well imagine, for him mostly. And he was eventually like, look, you got to take care of this. My roommate and your girlfriend are like doing stuff and they shouldn't be. And he's not getting his code done. And because he was doing the front end work and I was doing the back end work. And we didn't need my work because we already had something running. Just we were going to redo the entire front end of the product. And we had already redone the server. Like I rebuilt the server with one other guy. So the server was awesome. It's running so fast. It was great. It was running much better when we had it. It was super stable too. It never crashed. That's what I'm famous for, is building stuff that never crashes ever. But he was not getting his code done. My code was having problems, and like everything ground to a halt. And they kept trying to reduce the bills, but we weren't getting new customers, which was a bad strategy. We should have tried to get new customers and not worried about the bills. So eventually we just all stopped paying for it. And, probably wasted about 12 or 15 grand, maybe more. I don't even know. It was too bad because that was a ready-made business and already had customers, and we were just buying a business from a friend basically on the cheap. Yeah. And it was cool. We were able to repackage content and make money in theory, but with no sales team, like things don't sell themselves. And that's the problem that most people have. And then I built a business doing storefronts, custom storefronts. And we wrote some code. This is a different friend of mine. We wrote some code and submitted some of it back into open source and kept some custom stuff to do SEO. And so I could get if you bought a store from us, we could get you second or third page of Google within a week on searches, and nobody else could do that. So we had a whole system down, and part of it was built into the storefront software. So, we're running a product. It's still out there. It's called OS Commerce. So we were running OS Commerce, hosted, and it's a great product, actually. It's really cool. You can do a lot with OS Commerce. But Amazon sort of took that out. Of course, again, Amazon's about to go out of business with any luck, or at least split up into unprofitable businesses, which is the entire company except for AWS. And AWS, which makes more money than God, because they're overcharged by a factor of 5.
I think they're getting money from the CIA now, like, and the U.S. government. Like, they're going to be hard. They've got some. Once you get that government money, you've got a little bit more protection. It seems like it's like it's no longer free market competition at that point.
I don't think that'll last. Like, they think they're secure, and none of that cloud stuff is anywhere near as secure as they think. And the small companies that are putting them on the cloud are not qualified to, cybersecurity as an industry didn't exist 10 years ago for a reason. So why would we need that industry now when we never had it before? It's a good question. It's worth asking, and that's part of the design work. Like in the old days, everything was designed to work.
There's Ron. How are you, Ron? Y'all are welcome to hop in. There's 9 people watching. So, oh yeah, I tried to like do my own side business. I left missile defense, and I had a salesperson, and like it wasn't like terrible, but then I had kids coming, and I wasn't making a lot of money. So but it allowed me to learn a new skill stack. Go from C++ to learning how to do JavaScript, PHP, CSS, HTML, that kind of stuff. So that's how I became a full stack.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was. I would be interested in trying to start a business, but I really, based on my experience, I'd love to be able to find a customer need first instead of trying to build a product first. But I've got some ideas. But yeah, having a customer that has a need and just saying, I can build it for you. That's the only hard part there for me, is figuring out exactly how much it should cost. I think when I was younger, I would feel bad about, for some reason, asking for some competitive amount of money. But now I just could go look up what similar companies do and how much it would cost if they went to another company. So, yeah, it's I'm definitely interested in that process and your experience on doing startups. Yeah, in my mind, the startup, trying to start your own business, was like the place to really figure out how good my ideas were and how good I was. Right? It's like it was a good test bed, a good way to test out everything and see, am I like capable of creating good software, and am I capable of helping to create a good company? And it's a good test.
Well, those are 2 different things. And look, even software, once you get to a certain scale of software, you need a front-end engineer and a back-end engineer, right? Not all software, but most software. And then you probably need a systems guy, because unless you don't care about scale, you need somebody to build that. And the number of people that can do all of that is just tiny, and it will never be big because it just takes different skills. The problem with running a business is that if you're running a business, you have to be a specialist in 8 things at least, or maybe 10, right? Maybe the 10-day MBA is 10 chapters for a reason, right? Like, you need to know that stuff. And it's very hard to start a business, even if you have a customer, without a sales and marketing team. And if you don't know a good sales and marketing person, or at least a good salesperson, you're screwed. Like I said, I bought a business that had an income. We already had customers, paying customers, and they weren't paying very much, and it wasn't enough to cover most of the expenses. And we had a way to reduce the expenses, and whatever. We put in a lot of money in servers up front, and like I said, we built the server. It was super stable. It was much faster. Everything was quicker. but we needed to rewrite everything, and we couldn't get that done. So
Yeah, Aaron, if you want to hop in, there's a link at the top of the chat. And welcome to drop in and say, hey, just chatting. I like Grimgriz made a video called Unjust Chatting, so I thought it was clever. But then Jacob chatted Copy Kitten. Playing word. There's some wordsmiths in this corner.
Yeah, hop on in, man.
So do you do running? For some reason I recall that you were a runner.
Yeah, before I was sick, I used to run every once in a while. I never ran like every week or anything crazy.
Okay. Yes. Seem to recall that at some point. So you go before you were sick. What kind of sick? You don't have to answer them, obviously.
Nobody knows. It's some kind of immune system thing where I just get, like this afternoon, shortly after lunch, I just fell asleep. Boom. That was the end of me for like 3 hours. And then when I wake up, it takes me a very long time to figure out where I am and what I need to do. And it's like a reboot.
Yeah. That's tough. I'm sure that's really tough.
Yeah. No, it's no fun. It is no fun at all. Not recommended. Yeah, I mean, but the big problem with businesses is there's lots of ways to start a business, and people get confused and they think there's one formula, and there isn't. And it really depends on the skills you have. And if you can't buy the skills you need or partner with people who have them, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a good team. That's if you have a good team and then just a customer to help you get going, that can be the right ingredients. But I'm sure you can even mess that up. There's plenty of ways to mess it up. The company I work with now, they've been growing really fast. That's when I got with the company. There was I remember there were 30 people in the engineering meeting, and now there's over 100. Now we do our quarterly meetings, and now we have over 500 people in a Zoom meeting. But I'm enjoying it.
Do you have stock and all that in the company, or?
Yeah, they started offering that this year, but I'm not.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, how's it going? How are you doing?
Pretty good. Just came from. I was gonna go to the gym with a friend, and I work on call. So the moment I got there, I had to go straight to work.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
What are you on call for?
I work in maintenance. So if there's an issue at the apartment, I have to go fix it.
Gotcha.
I think that's what my brother does.
Oh, dope.
Yeah. Have to go fix an HVAC sometimes or whatever is needed.
Yeah. A lot of them are super easy. Most of the time, if it's like an older person that doesn't know how to use the thermostat, but sometimes they're kind of hard. But this one was pretty easy. So
an older person and a thermostat.
Yeah.
Is that about 3 out of 10? If you get called 10 times, is it three of them an older person and a thermostat?
Usually it's either AC unit or thermostat. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other day, I was going to go to a friend's Thanksgiving party, and I was just walking out the door, and my neighbor was like, "Yo, hey, I need your help." And it was for a thermostat too. It was in Celsius, and so he thought it was 20 degrees, but still not working. But it was actually 70 degrees. Because it's 20 Celsius is 70 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I've had similar things like that.
Yeah. And so sometimes I just do extra stuff Like I can hotwire the thermostat to the building so they don't have to charge it with like the batteries and stuff. Because I think a lot of times that's what's the issue. But
Yeah.
yeah,
The low voltage electrical, basically.
mm-hmm.
Probably know more about it than I do. I have an electrical engineering degree, but I'm definitely not an electrician.
You should be one if you want, but
Yeah, it would. I mean, I like learning, but once I learn something, or once I do something about 3 times, then that's good enough. Then I can appreciate hiring an expert to come in and do it,
yeah,
because I've made enough mistakes. And I did that with, like, I replaced the tile in my bathrooms, and I built the deck on my back porch.
nice.
You know, it really lets you appreciate hiring someone to come in and do things for you.
Yeah, no kidding.
But if you mess up your own work, there's an old neighbor that I have, who he said it's just character if you mess up your own work, but when you pay people and they mess up their work, it's not as easy to just call it character. But
Yeah, yeah. My folks are trying to renovate their bathroom, but they're kind of hesitant because they want to do it themselves, but they're nervous that if they make a mistake, it'll cost them a lot of money. But they hired a guy to fix it once, and they didn't agree on like terms of how much it'll be at the start. So he made like an estimate, and then he kind of kept on like adding the bill. Like it's gonna be it's probably gonna be like 3,000. It's probably gonna be like 4,000 actually. And so they're kind of like in this weird limbo of not knowing what to do.
4,000 for a bathroom, 10 grand minimum for a bathroom, just right off the bat.
Yeah, well, it's just for the shower.
But, just the shower? Yeah, even that. Like, man, you get those walls open behind an existing shower, you don't know what you're gonna find. When I got this house, I just had them. I was like, nope, just take the bathroom apart and put it back together, and then just let me know what it costs. I don't care. Yeah, I had them put in an extra deep tub and all this stuff because I was like, I don't care.
Nice. Yeah.
My wife said she wanted to redo the bathroom, and then a few minutes later she heard me in there with the sledgehammer. I was busting up the floor. She was not expecting it, but I was like, all right, we're gonna do it.
Let's do it. Yeah.
I've done some construction work before, so I wasn't scared. But yeah, you get with software, you can it's not like in the real world where you want to plan out your bridge and make sure that with software you can build your metaphorical bridge and just run trucks over it to see if it's going to crash or if the bridge is going to tear apart. But in in the real world, you have to make sure you don't mess up. It's pretty hard to fix mistakes whenever you're doing construction or anything like that. Yeah,
you have to know how. Yeah. I redid the bathroom in my my other house. That was fun. It was a lot of work, but you do a little tile work, it's not bad, right? Do a little electrical work, it's not bad.
I'll tell you, you don't want to leave the grout on your tile. That's a mess.
No.
Yeah.
I made that mistake.
No, I've never worked with tile. That seems really fun.
Well, Chad's the tile guy in the corner. I guarantee you he knows how to do tile better than me.
Yeah. I didn't have to do much tile, so it wasn't bad. It was a tiny bathroom, it was a tiny shower, so it was just I did the wall, and my buddy came over. We'd use tile saw to do the floor. It was just a tiny little floor. Wasn't a big deal. And then put the blue board instead of the green board up, right? Moisture proof, right? And then just frame it all in and boom, get the insulation in there. Yeah, got it all done. It was okay. Then paint it, not a big deal. It was pretty straightforward. Yeah, I didn't mind doing a small downstairs bathroom. It was really technically a half bath. Didn't have a tub, right? Had a shower and a toilet and a sink, but didn't have a tub or anything. It was just a little tiny half bath downstairs. So it was nice.
Did you do all like the research online to figure out how to do that?
No.
No.
I learned construction from my grandfather and my father. Thank you very much.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you don't learn things online the way people think. You start learning trades online, you're gonna have a fun time. I'm not saying you can't or don't do it. I'm saying that, boy, it's a different experience than when you're working with somebody who can say, "Hold the hammer this way, you moron," and "Don't do that," and always do it this way. And I remember we were working up in Maine. We had a lot of cousins up in Biddeford, Maine. Everyone's related because we're French Canadian, and they were doing something, and I was out just watching. They didn't need any more help, right? So I was just out watching, and it's one guy. He like very carefully, measured twice, cut once, and then he took the piece of wood he cut and went and used that and just cut against that piece of wood, and I went, "Oh yeah, that's really smart." I forget how old I was. I was a kid, right? I was like, "Oh, that's really smart," right? But that's the thing you learn from people who do carpentry on a regular basis is, no, you only measure one piece of wood. The rest you cut against the reference wood. And I was like, "Oh yeah." Then you have identical slices every time. I'm like, "Oh," little things about how to nail things in, and because different nails require different hammering techniques. A lot of people don't know that, and it matters which weight hammer you use. So I, to this day, have 3 different hammers because you need three different weights of hammers.
Right. That's awesome.
I definitely have used online tools. I've used YouTube, for example, to do some work on my vehicles and just little things. And then with my deck, I found a guy in Canada who I basically made a deck very much like he did. But I did do construction work in college and a little bit for some summers in high school. So I got to see some of those tricks. Plus, I would go on site with my dad. He did some construction work as well. But yeah, there's all kinds of interesting tricks you learn when you're when you're working alongside someone who's been doing it their whole life.
Well, and different people have different tricks to do the same thing, and it's like, oh, you can do that. Because some people will take a board and they'll just measure it all out once. They'll just mark it. Boom, boom, boom,
sometimes you don't even know what tool to use, right? I remember trying to do just a straight cut, and my dad's just like, he's like, "Here, use this," and it was a miter box, and I'm like, "Oh, it would have taken another year for me to invent the miter box."
Exactly. Yeah, which tool to use and how to use it, because it makes a big difference. Yeah, I really like watching. There's some neat YouTubes. Like there's a guy, Mr. Carlson's Lab, and he works on like old vacuum tube equipment, radios and stuff like that. Although he did one with a motor, which was really cool. He was refurbing a motor from, I think, an old generator or something. And I like commented on the video. It's like, this is really cool, because I like working on engines. So I was like, oh, okay. So that was neat. And you can learn a lot, especially about cars and stuff online. But different people do different things. I used to do tech work on computers to take apart laptops and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I did a lot of work like that, warranty work to fix hardware, and I paid rather well. And when you do that with somebody else, right? Yeah, back to the participatory knowledge. When you do that with somebody else, you learn a lot from their little tricks. Like, how do you pick up little screws, right? How do you put a small screw into a thing? Well, it turns out there's a trick that you can hold it to the screwdriver with your finger, put it in, and it doesn't slip. Yeah, there's all kinds of little things. You don't need a magnetized screwdriver, because you don't want to use a magnetized screwdriver on a computer. It's not a good idea, right? So there's all these little tricks that you can learn by watching these people, and the way you get participatory knowledge is primarily by watching how other people do things. And YouTube can be used for that, but you also have to sort of be with somebody sometimes so that they can guide you, or you can ask them questions in the moment. Really helps with participation.
I've thought about paying extra to have like my mechanic like record his work so that I can see what he's doing. I can learn how to do it, and I'll know if he like made a mistake.
Gavin, I used to go down to my mechanic's place, and just when I had, because I was a consultant, so sometimes I wouldn't be working for a month or whatever. I'd just go down there every day and hang out. Literally. Cool. And sometimes I'd just help him out and, whatever. Yeah. And then eventually, I'd fix his computers and he'd fix my car, and I'd pay for parts. And, and that's why I had used cars forever, because I could buy the car outright, cost me, I'd get a really good deal, right? Yeah. They'd just they'd make $100 on it. They didn't care. And then they would fix it for no labor charge. So like I was, my car is good. And I'm buying the parts direct. So I'm getting wholesale on the parts. So I was paying nothing to get my cars fixed. And I never needed them in a hurry. So it wasn't a big deal. Because when you have used cars, you just buy two. One breaks, you drive the other one. So I always had two cars.
Like
for a while, the convertible, which was my summer car, and then a winter car. You could drive the convertible in the winter, and occasionally I did. But for the most part, I drove my 4-wheel drive Subarus in the winter, and I drove my Chrysler LeBarons or whatever in the summer. And if one broke, it wasn't a big deal. I'd get it towed down, and a week later I'd get it back, and it didn't matter. I'd pay nothing to get it fixed. I got motors put in 3 different cars, and I never spent $1,000 getting a motor put in, ever.
Wow.
Well, look, people, and you trade. Look, they got thousands of dollars of free computer work from me. So whatever.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you can do stuff like that. You can cooperate with people that way.
Yeah.
You can just hang out at a garage and talk to people and watch them work. That they don't mind.
Yeah, I didn't even learn to change the oil in my car until I was like 25, at least, maybe even later.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna cry, Gavin. I'm gonna cry. You're gonna make me cry.
Yeah, I have a buddy from Macedonia who taught me. So he knows how to raise bees. He knows how to do construction. He knows how to change the brake. The road. He can change it. Like he can do all his work on his vehicles. He's a very smart guy. He works for NASA now. It's like
nice.
He's a very smart guy.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of things you can pick up in the trades because, that those schools are shorter in duration for a reason, right? And you can pick up a lot of stuff. And when you know how to do stuff physically in the world, like, I was poor. I fixed all my own stuff. I get a busted tire. Whatever, I knew how to mount a tire without tire mounting equipment. Like it's a pain in the ass, but you can do it if you know how, and I know how, right? And if something broke on the electrical system, you had to know how to patch it yourself. Like so, it's funny too because I'm not that good with electronics. I mean, I've done a lot of electronics work, but I'm not that good at it. So I do some soldering occasionally and stuff, and I'm okay. It's not great.
What about you, Aaron? Can you change your oil?
No, I haven't changed it yet.
Have you changed the tire?
Yeah, changed the tire.
Oh, okay. You were worrying me there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually do a lot of hands-on anything since I only started doing stuff like that when I was like 26, which is just like a few years ago for me. Yeah, I didn't really grow up handy, so it's been kind of fun to do a lot of this stuff.
Is Aaron an HVAC?
I'm trying to learn. I have a book. I got to study. I had to put my Xbox away because I was just wasting too much time.
Yeah.
But I can do like little stuff like put Freon and change the capacitor, but as far as like actual maintenance to a AC unit, I can't do yet.
That's 90% of it. They came out here a few years ago. So when I bought the house, I didn't update that much. I moved the water heater outside, and that was about it. Had an old HVAC unit. I was just like, yeah, whatever. They came out. They were like, we can get you a capacitor for this, but it's going to take a week. And I'm like, yeah, just buy me a new unit, dude. And he's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not actually poor. Buy me a new unit. Now I'm poor. I wasn't poor back then. I still have plenty of money. Like, buy me a new unit. Just bring it in. So I've got a brand new unit. It's only a few years old now. It's like 3 years old or something. So yeah. But he was like, oh, I'm just going to replace the capacitor. I'm like, yeah, don't do that. Just get me a whole new. I needed a bigger unit anyway, because the computers, when I run them, it's a small house. It gets hot. It gets warm. You know what? I'm in the South, so you don't want that. I had a disk unit that runs 40 hard drives. It gets real hot. I can't run it in the summer in the house at all. So
it sounds like you have a data center.
Well, that was a data center piece of equipment that
Yeah.
a friend of mine acquired for me, thankfully. And yes, it was quite a bit of storage. Let me put it that way. 40 hard drives. Doesn't matter how small they are. It's a lot of storage. Yeah, down south, it's not hard to find people that fix things. Everybody down here fixes everything, and they're all hoarders, right? Except in the newer housing. But there's like my street. This place is wild. There's nobody here there's no new builds here. There's new builds in my town, on the other side of town and stuff. There's no new builds in this section of town. There's no people with that. And some people have money because they've got an RV, and an RV. Any RV down here is worth more than I paid for my house and my 12 acres. Let me put it that way.
Wow.
So they've got a little tiny house that's worth like $60,000 and $120,000 RV.
Yeah, the RVs get ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to think how to get into either doing handyman work on the side or stuff like that, like as not as owning my own business, but like as a side job. I've only done a few things for other people, but that seems like a really cool thing. Right now, I'm just trying to learn the experience and knowledge of how to do a bunch of stuff, which I'm only a novice.
Well, just get out there and tell people you can fix stuff and start fixing it.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining you got there and say you can fix things and then you don't fix it. I know that sometimes, like when I first learned, it's not until I've done it 3 times until I actually feel like I could get paid to do it, because I need some practice at first.
If you don't charge people, they won't care.
Yeah.
If you say, I'll try to fix it, if I can't fix it, I won't charge you, most people just give you a chance, because it turns out that the world is not all that like, oh, you have to do this, because people will just give you a chance to try stuff out. It's really not a big
I'm going to
deal.
definitely use that. Definitely going to start using that.
Yeah, just say, oh, I'm not sure I know how to do it, but I'm giving it a shot. And, if I fix it, will you pay me? And if not, whatever. Most people will be like, yeah, sure, why not? And people like to give other people chances. People like to mentor people and train them. People like doing that stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
I used to mentor people all the time, like all the time.
Really? I haven't found a mentor yet.
Yeah, usually for computers, because it's the thing I know the best. But yeah, I used to. People would be like, "Oh, can you teach me how to code?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. I'll give you a whole program to code." And a lot of people don't stick with it, but it doesn't mean people aren't available to help. Same with small business. A lot of small business, like you can get a CEO of a big company to be your mentor. Yeah, that's not hard.
Yeah, I never really tried that. I've never really been proactive at my life, I guess, to like go and like ask someone like that.
Well, find somebody doing a handyman business, a Mr. Fix-It or whatever on the side who's just himself, and ask him if you can help him out for free and just volunteer your labor, and he'll train you. They don't care.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I also have like a broken down truck I'm trying to learn how to fix, but I don't know. I've only done just like a little bit, but I still can't get the truck started, and I'm not sure what the issue is. So I was thinking of just sending it to a shop, but I wonder if I could.
No. Fix it yourself. Why is it not starting? Is it not turning over? Or what's it doing?
I don't know. Like it runs, or rather, the ignition starts going, but it never fully like turns on and starts.
So the motor's turning and it's going whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't go vroom.
You got to check for a spark. So you got to pull one of the spark plugs and see if it's sparking.
Yeah.
And if it's sparking, then it's fuel pump. Problem solved.
So how do you check if it's sparking, Mark?
I changed the fuel pump.
You can pull the boot off of one of the spark plugs and check it with a screwdriver if you want.
I got you. So when you put it in there, you'll see like a gap, you'll see a spark.
Or you can pull the spark plug out, plug it back into the boot, and then watch and see if it sparks.
Yeah.
And you can do that with all the plugs, but usually if one plug is going, the others are. And it depends on what kind of car. Like, so I had a car. I had an old 76 Plymouth Volare, which is an awesome car. I love that car. Oh, 318 Mopar motor, freaking awesome car. And man, that car's carburetor would come out of adjustment all the time. So, but I knew where the screws were, so you just, the mixture would get too lean, and I'd have to fix it, and whatever. I'd jump back in, and it'd be
Isn't there
fine
also
for another few months.
Isn't there a spark gap tool that you can use, and you have to make sure you have the right gap?
Yeah. Well, it's not even a tool, really. Usually, it's just a cylinder. It's a little round thing. You just
right. It's like a big coin or something.
Well, like I think it's 0.35 is the average for most cars, for most spark plugs. But whatever, you can look up all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, if it's sparking and it has fuel, and there's ways to check for fuel too. Like one way is, pull the spark plug out, don't plug it back in, and turn the thing over and smell for gas. And it's not a perfect test, but if you don't smell any gas, but if you do smell gas, maybe usually if the plugs are gapped wrong, it'll sputter, it just won't be right. That also happens if if you have an older car, if the distributor cap is, the points are worn or something. Like there's a ton of little things, but if it's just turning over and it's never catching at all, it's never going like 1 or 2 cycles while the starter's going, then that's almost always, it's fuel or spark. Like it's not that hard. There's only fuel, spark, and air. It can only be 3 things.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's like it's a 90s truck, but it hasn't been driven since maybe 2010 or 2009 or something. So
is there been fuel just sitting in there since 2010?
So yeah, I had to clean out the fuel pump and clean out the tank, and I put new spark plugs on.
Did you gap them when you put them in?
I'm sorry?
Did you gap the plugs when you put them in?
I think so. What is that? Do you just like put them in, like, and then?
No. There's a little piece of ceramic, and then there's a piece of metal at the bottom. That's
right.
Right. That's the gap. That's where you take the little round thing and you make sure it's whatever it's supposed to be for that car.
Yeah.
You do that. That's gapping the plugs. So as long as you gap the plugs, I would pull a plug and smell for gas. Like turn it over, pull one of the plugs, smell for gas. Because it's probably a fuel pump, right? Yeah. And then there's ways to test the fuel pump, but generally fuel pumps are cheap. And if it's a cheap fuel pump, I just replace it anyway. Because if it's that old, the chances that it's going to go are pretty high.
Yeah, for sure. Like we did replace it, but we haven't got past that.
Did you check it was getting power? You got to get down there with a meter, make sure it's getting power.
That could be something, like the fuel pump itself is not getting power.
Yeah. So I had what was it? It was a Ford Tempo. I had a Ford Tempo.
Yeah.
And the fuel pump worked fine, but man, I can't remember what the hell happened. I was driving down the highway and the car quit. And I was like, what the freaking hell? I was on the highway. I was like, what the hell? And there was like a switch, I think, that got hit, and it just shuts the fuel pump off.
Yeah.
And it works fine, but you have to go in and you have to go under the car, and it's not something you can do on the highway. That's for sure. But I was in town, so I was right near my mechanic. So once I got the car towed, he was like, "Oh yeah, that's the blah 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 switch on the fuel pump, and you just gotta do this." And I was like, "Okay." And I was like, "How the hell did this happen?" And every once in a while, those cars, I guess, were known for that problem, so they'd have that issue. But to Gavin's point, like you go on YouTube and say blah 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 year, model, make doesn't start. What are the common causes? And they can tell you what to check first and second and third. But yeah, a lot of times you can replace the fuel pump, but it's actually an electrical problem.
Yeah.
And the electrical doesn't work. But yeah, always check for spark, always check for fuel, always check for air. Make sure it's getting plenty of air, because it won't run unless it has those 3 things. But if it has those 3 things in any way, shape, or form, usually the motor will turn and it will kick, and you'll hear it. You'll hear it. It may not run, but you'll hear it like blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna go out to my Tesla and say, I don't smell fuel. No, just like, the when I was younger, I had to replace the fuel pump, and I somehow messed up, and then my car had a gas smell, and I remember going to my friend's house, and my friend's mom was like, Gavin, are you high? And that's when I realized like this gas that I'd been smelling was probably killing my brain cells. So I lost some IQ points after I messed up on that fuel pump.
I had a leak in a metal fuel line on I think it was a 77 Plymouth Fury. I think it was a huge car. It was enormous. And it was a metal fuel line, and it had a hole in it somehow. And it was actually squirting gas out onto the exhaust system, just a little bit at a time. And of course, gas doesn't burn in liquid form, so it wasn't a big deal. But it was like, oh, wow, that's not good.
Yeah.
Then to get that fixed. And of course, it's metal line, so really hard to fix metal line. I think they just ended up replacing it with with regular fuel line. Just cut that section out and put a little piece of hose in place.
That's pretty cool. That's awesome, man. I'll definitely rewatch this and do what you said.
Yeah, it's starting a car and the car's running is just fuel, air, and electricity. So as long as you got spark and you got fuel and air, it should at least try to run. And then if it tries to run and it doesn't, then it's an adjustment of one of those three things. Either it's not getting enough fuel, it's not getting enough air, it's not getting enough spark. And enough spark is, occasionally coils are bad. Like, so you're gonna check. It's 12. I think it's 12 volts comes out of most coils, right? But usually the spark plug gap you would check first, and then coil, right? Total coil power, because coils can go bad, and then they give you spark, but not enough. Yeah. So you get that problem. That's very rare, but I've had two cars with bad coils. Right.
Wow.
In the old Plymouths, for example, the really old ones, the 70s Plymouths with the first electronic ignitions, they had a ballast resistor that would go bad. So you'd be driving down the road, the car would just stop. Everything in the car would die. Whole motor would just go dead immediately. And you replace the ballast resistor. It takes like 2 seconds. You just snap it. Snap the old one out, snap the new one in, and you're on your way. So people used to carry ballast resistors on them. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was right on the firewall too. Those cars, you could sleep in the engine compartment with the engine on. There's plenty of room. You wouldn't get hit by nothing. Yeah, big old cars. I love the big old 70s and 60s cars. I had a 60 Biscayne for a while too. That was awesome. I redid a bunch of stuff on that. Cut off the exhaust headers and put new ones on and stuff. It was fun. It was a fun project. It was a cool car. It looked like a boat floating in the water. It was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Aaron, maybe there'll be someone else in the comments too to come in and say, check this as well. But yeah, it'd be cool to know once you get it fixed.
He didn't tell us what make and model and year the car is yet, the truck.
Oh, off the top of my head, it's a GMC Sierra, I believe 19, or maybe it's 2005. It's either 2005 or like 1999. I'm not sure.
That's a big difference, Aaron. So
yeah, it's.
But yeah, look it up on YouTube. I mean, my buddy used to run a mechanic shop, and he stopped buying all the mechanics tools because he could get all the info on YouTube.
Yeah. I've been definitely using YouTube for my job. Sometimes it gets me in trouble, but most of the time it kind of saves me or gives me a lot of helpful advice.
That's good.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I guess the anxiety never goes away, but like I do like doing new things, and like the best part is figuring out the thing or when it works in the end. Like today, I changed out 2 heating elements in a water heater. I was kind of nervous to do that, but when I finally got it working, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. I had a furnace in my old house go bad, and just a blower motor. And I had to find a blower motor, but I did, and yeah, they were very nice. You weren't supposed to be able to buy them, but they let me buy one, and then I bought it and put it in myself. It wasn't too bad, because all the motors are custom. Motors the motor industry is so weird because everyone's got a custom motor for every product. It's so insane. Electrical motors is nuts. It's a nutty business.
Wow.
I'm present. I'm what's the word? I don't know. I'm present for our class at the Lefevre University.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks. Chad wants to torture me. Okay, I see how this is.
Well, it's the little things in life, you know.
How you been, man? How's the tile business?
Good. I'm working in Madison right now at the University of Madison, or University of Wisconsin in Madison, in the chemistry building, in tiling bathrooms.
Cool.
What they don't know is someday their institution will crumble and the Protestant version of University of Madison, Wisconsin will take its place under the name Lefebvre.
No.
How much does it cost to remodel a bathroom, Chad?
I have no idea.
No idea.
He's a
Didn't worry
tile
about
guy.
that.
He just comes
Tile
in and
guy.
does the tile.
Mhm.
Tell him how
part
big
of
the
it.
bathroom is and how much tile you want it, and he'll tell you how much it charge you. But he doesn't. He didn't do all the work. He just does the tile.
When we bought our house, they said they remodeled the bathroom, which is just a shower and a toilet and tile floor. It's a nice shower though, but they said they spent $6,000 like 3 years ago. So
That's cheap. Although you're in the Midwest, so it's probably a lot cheaper in the Midwest.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty inexpensive. And that's like everything. They did like the countertop, but I imagine they got the countertop out of the same slabs that they used for the walls in the shower. They're like a man-made stone slab.
Oh, okay.
It's a really nice shower, actually.
That's dope. Yeah.
Canadian pesos. I'm all down with Canadian pesos. Canada doesn't have real money. Can confirm. It's not a real country.
No. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the trades and fixing cars and doing maintenance work. Aaron here is trying to get in the maintenance business. Gavin wants to start a business maybe, but he doesn't know anything about that. So he's struggling with that. But mostly we're talking about trade. Everybody's happy. They're like, you're talking trade stuff. That's so cool. And I'm like, yeah, I could talk trade stuff. I used to fix my own cars and my own houses and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Unitarian take on the fuel air spark trinity. Oh man,
You need Sam for that.
that's too funny. The fuel air spark trinity. I can confirm that the car works on a trinity, and
Unless
yeah.
it's diesel, then it's like, I don't know, what would you call that? Some sort
a
of
Tesla. Yes, that's
fuel theosis for diesel, or like some sort of something like that.
Well, that's true. Diesel doesn't have spark. It's a compression-based technology, so they don't have spark plugs. They don't need them.
Yeah.
They have glow plugs, but that's only for winter. And that doesn't ignite anything. The ignition's all done by compression in a diesel.
Yeah.
Diesel's much more efficient, but only if you're carrying weight. You don't want a diesel car. That's not more efficient.
Well, I guess the Trinity version of the diesel would be like, you have the diesel fuel, then you have the combustion, and then you have turbo, and then something like that. These aren't the thoughts or expressions of Jacob, just to say it.
He doesn't know anything about diesel, I'm sure. So,
anyways, how are things?
Things are pretty good for me. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm kind of a boring person. I don't know.
not at all.
Things are good. Shoot my shots with pretty women and working hard.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I also want to spend like a lot of time, like I guess figuring out, be like adulting stuff, like how you guys know how to do all those cool things, you know, and like how you spend the time to uh, figure out how you want to run a business. Like spend some time journaling or like figuring out like what to do. I think is
Work
something.
with other people, dude. That's how you learn this stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, I used to just, when I wasn't working, I just wander down to the garage and like hang out with the guys, and they'd be working on cars, and I'm like, hey, what's going on with this car? And they'd tell me, and and then the thing that I could do for them was I can just troubleshoot cars. Like you can just describe a problem, and I can go, it's this or this. I don't know how I can do it, but I can do that pretty reliably. It's hard. You can't do it with modern cars because everything's the damn computer. And it's ironic. I know computers better than anything else, but who knows what the hell they're doing in the computers in the cars.
Right.
But an older car, with maybe one ECM module or something, that I can just tell you it's not hard. Cars are easy. Like cars are really simple.
How are your knees, Chad?
They're all right. I could use some better knee pads. I need to get some pro knees. They're like really nice, expensive knee pads that cost like $200.
Ooh, I've never even seen those.
They look like RoboCop. I mean, they basically look like catcher's mitt or like a baseball catcher's knee pads.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be really good. I've never used them though. I'm like one of these dudes where like people say this is a good thing. You should get this, and I'm like, meh. Or they're like, you should watch this because it's really good, and then I'm like, meh. But then I watch it, and I'm like, that was really good. I should have watched it earlier. Just like I should probably get knee pads. And
The problem with individualism, man, you're only taking your own counsel. You got to get out there and believe people, even when they're wrong.
you're not the
People are
boss.
wrong all the time.
I can definitely back up on what I can support what Mark was saying to Aaron. If you don't find someone to work with, you're just going to make more mistakes, and it's going to take longer, and it's going to cost more.
Yeah.
So, and that might be the way you want to do it. So that's also fun, but
Yeah.
But for how
Well,
long?
some people do that better than others. Like some
Yeah.
people are good self-starters and good self-learners, and some people are not. But
Yeah.
I would argue even the ones that are, it's way easier, faster, and better to learn from somebody who is already doing it. Because if you're a self-starter, you'll see their mistakes, and that'll be even better, right?
I got to go to bed, guys. Good
All right,
night.
Chad. See you.
Good
Sleep
night.
well.
What a cool guy.
I like Chad.
Yeah.
The tile man can.
Yeah. But that's where I'm at.
Yeah, look, you're young. You can sell your labor for knowledge, and I say sell your labor for knowledge, man. Just go out there and I know people who started in real estate by just looking for people who are working on houses or working in real estate and just saying, "Can I help you do demolition?"
Wow.
That's it. Yeah, you work for free, and like some people won't let you work for free. They'll be like, "Yeah, you can help me, but I'm going to pay you." And I'm like, oh, all right. Well, I mean, if you must. I mean, I'm here to
Don't worry
learn,
about
but
it.
whatever. And generally, if you're working with somebody, and you can ask them questions without flooding them with questions. They're more than happy to explain things to you.
When you say work for demolition, do you mean like what do you mean by that?
Well, people who do real estate flipping typically buy a house that's in not so good shape, and they go in and they demo the whole thing, take down all the walls and rebuild it. And the hard part of the business to some extent is the demo work, because that has to get done first. To you can't do anything until you take down the walls. You can't do anything. So,
Gotcha.
that's important work. Demolition's important work.
That's cool too.
Well, you always can. That's a place to start. Just get your foot in the door.
There's lots of places to start. And man, if you're willing to just work for free, people will give you all kinds of knowledge. They're happy to get physical labor done for nothing.
Yeah. Would that be hard to like manage like a full-time job and doing that, or how would you suggest that?
Depends how many video games you want to play.
None.
Well, then you should have plenty of time. Like 40 hours a week is not, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And
That's
maybe
true.
you can't because you can't commit because you're on call. But if you've got time off where you're not on call, then you should use some of that to learn new stuff by participating with people, right? Get that participatory knowledge in, because the more of it you get, the better. Like everybody should know basic electricity, right? They should know basic plumbing, right? They should know basic, how to put up walls and things like that. They should know the basics of how to troubleshoot and fix your car, right? You should know some of this stuff.
Right. Yeah, I don't know that yet, but I'm learning. I know like the basics as far as like my job's concerned, but how electricity works, I don't really know, or stuff like that.
It's all
But
stuff you can pick up. I won't touch electricity. I got a friend. I'm like, yeah, you do that. He'll go into the box and the whole 9 yards. I ain't touching that stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's not super bad getting shocked, but it's never good.
You can die, so there's that too. Like,
Yeah.
don't mess with electricity, man.
You can't.
Especially not mains power. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, there's definitely some dangerous things you can do with electricity where it'll jump across your heart and kill you. So.
Yeah, I mean, like today I worked with like live wires a little bit because I thought one of them wasn't powering, and I was trying to troubleshoot why. And I've gotten pretty good at doing that if I have to, but I don't like to. But
there's
like
no reason to work with live wires. Make them dead first, then work with them.
Yeah. I think like the code, you're supposed to be able to cut off the power to your HVAC, either at the breaker, and then sometimes there's like a dedicated breaker if you're in an external unit. I think that should be the way it is.
Yep.
If it's not that way, it's probably a good idea to try to make it that way. But it's all dangerous. You got to treat it like it can kill you.
Yeah, that's true.
Some people play with it, but yeah, you can really get hurt.
Right.
It's better with a car because a car won't kill you.
Well, I know one guy. He I think he was in front of the car messing with a spark plug. He like was hitting the truck, and the truck like all of a sudden went forward. He had it in gear or something, and it went forward and went over him. And then he was in the parking lot across from the hospital, so they just ran him over to the hospital. He was fine, but even cars, if that car drops on top of you, not a good thing.
Yeah, you don't want cars dropping onto it. But like if you short a 12-volt car battery, it could kick you back, but you're probably not going to die.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
just a spark plug with with your finger, you could do that. That's not going to, it's not going to feel good, but it's not going to kill you or hurt you really.
Right. Because I mean, a lot of times they're mostly on accident. Like I was wiring AC unit and changing the capacitor, and I did everything proper and everything, and I had to screw in this like really tiny bolt, and I just really couldn't get it in there, and I ended up shocking myself. And I was like super tired that day. I stayed up the night before, and like I got like a jolt of energy. It was probably the most scariest thing working here that ever happened to me.
Hey Flebus, I'm calling you Flebus. I muted you. Please turn off your the YouTube video. There you go, and you can unmute and mute yourself. There you go.
Is that better?
Yeah,
I think so. And
Yeah,
how do we pronounce your name?
It's just Phoebus, I guess.
Phoebus.
Yeah. It's just
awesome.
an anonymous thing.
How are you?
Good. Yeah, doing well.
You're over here talking about these Canadian currencies.
Yeah. Yes, I am Canadian. Yeah.
I like pesos over rubles, but either one works. Yeah, I call them Canadian ducats usually.
Yeah. Yeah, they're always worth a little less.
That's cool.
No, I was just enjoying the trade talk, so I thought I'd jump in.
Yeah. Or do you
Well,
have
give us your trade stories
Yeah.
then.
Trade stories. I don't know. I'm a carpenter, so
Oh, cool.
I've been a carpenter for 15 years. So
No, so you're brand new at it. That's great.
yeah, that's right. I dropped out of
Oh.
electrical engineering though, so
Oh,
A
all
little
right. We'll
connection to
teach Aaron
Gavin, too.
everything he needs to know. Hurry up. You get 5 minutes.
No, carpentry's cool. I have relatives that do cabinets,
okay, yeah.
and I gotta help them just like a little bit. But
So do you build houses?
I mainly do renos, and
Renovations.
I mainly
gotcha.
do trim. So
Yeah. Cool.
that's cool. I had to install trim in an apartment, and they couldn't find the one that matched the rest of the apartment, so they just picked a random trim from Home Depot, and they're like, "We gotta go, man. This is due due tomorrow, so we gotta go." And so I was like, "All right." And I painted it gray, so it looks pretty good. But if you really look at it, you can tell they're different.
yeah, story of my life. Yeah,
Yeah.
matching things.
Yeah. What was it? What's it like being in carpentry? Like, what got you into that?
I was in engineering, and it was like I was 2 years in. It was like I'm sick of math, and there's a lot of math left. It's like you're taking 7 or 8 courses with different names, and they're all math. And dropped out. I did end up getting a diploma, but then that would have been 08, I think, that I graduated. So recession, had to get a job, and basically never put down the hammer. And yeah, there's a shortage. Pays pretty good if you have skills. So, and you get to work with your hands, which is very satisfying.
Yeah.
So
I heard you can also listen to audio while you're working.
yeah, well, because I'm in trim, you basically have headphones on the whole day, and I also work solo most days, so you have like plenty of time to keep up with Paul. Maybe not enough time to keep up with everyone, but yeah.
I think I watched too much, Paul.
Yeah. I grew up in the CRC, so that's my connection to Paul a little bit. Although my wife found him initially, and she said, "Oh, there's this guy from the CRC," and it's like took me a year to click on it because I didn't have any interest. But yeah, I think now it's just a habit thing. So I have some time, and I enjoy it.
Yeah.
What else are you going to listen to? Navigating Patterns? What's that channel?
Yeah, come on.
Is that in podcast form? I haven't.
No, not yet. I should do that one of these days.
Yeah, Mark, I have an idea for some software. It'd be cool just you drop your video that's done, it strips the audio, and it pushes it out to all of your outputs.
I thought about writing that myself.
Yeah, I haven't written it either.
I've got all my videos. I've got all the original audio, and I have all of that stuff.
Yeah, I know that I use Paul had for a while was recommending YouTube Premium, and so I tend to just download the YouTube. I pay, I guess it's like $10 a month, and then you can download your videos, and then it doesn't consume all your data, and you can leave your screen off while you listen to your YouTube videos that are downloaded. Yeah. So that's an option, but it costs a little money.
Yeah, no, I wanted to do a podcast with that and the Clubhouse rooms that I run with Manuel and Anne. I have all those. I could put them all up on podcasts. A lot of this stuff is just, it's a lot of work, It's a lot of work. So just sitting down and doing all that is not very motivated. Plus,
how has that been? Have you been navigating any interesting patterns?
Of course. Of course. Just did capitalism and psychic space dragons. So there you go.
Mark, had you been to Canada before? You went to Thunder Bay, right?
Yeah, I was in Thunder Bay. Oh, yeah. I've been up to Canada a few times. I went up to, let's see, I've been to Montreal twice, went to Ottawa, and we drove up to Nova Scotia to Antigonish, which is gorgeous. Oh, my God. Nova Scotia is gorgeous. Yeah, no, I've been to Canada a few times. I used to, when you live in New England, Canada is just like a day trip. It's like 6 hours, be up to the border in no time.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm in Ontario. I've never been to Thunder Bay. That's a long drive.
Thunder Bay is in the middle of absolute nowhere. No, the thing I noticed coming out of Thunder Bay is that there's nothing on, what is it, the Trans-Canada Highway or whatever the heck. I think there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Like nothing. Like
rocks
nothing.
and trees. Yeah.
Yes. Well, and they have this. They have these little lookout areas, and half of them are overgrown with trees. And I'm like, well, that's not. I'd love to look at the lake, but I can't see the lake. Thanks.
Yeah, there's like 100,000 lakes, but you don't see a lot of them from the Trans-Canada.
Well, when I drove out of Thunder Bay, I went north. So I went around Lake Superior, and that was a good decision. Like that was an excellent decision because I didn't drive straight to Thunder Bay, even though that was closer than where I did drive. I drove to see Sally Joe in South Dakota, and she's in southwestern South Dakota. So it's a hell of a long drive. And then I stayed over there for a couple of days before I drove up, and then I drove halfway to Minneapolis, more than halfway to Minneapolis. I picked up Ethan at the Minneapolis airport, and then we drove up to Thunder Bay together. But like, there's nothing like the middle of Canada, the middle of the US, there's pretty much nothing there. So yeah, but then on the way back, I drove north and drove around the lake that way. I then came down through Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, and then South Carolina. So that was a whole thing, because I hadn't been on that side of West Virginia either. And I was like, oh, this is totally different. I love this because you have to go right through the Appalachian Mountains. It's just beautiful. So yeah, it was a gorgeous drive. It's a gorgeous drive. I got some great pictures. So I was very happy. Because when we were in Thunder Bay, it was raining most of the time. So only Sunday evening did I get to take pictures in Thunder Bay.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be probably 15 hours for me to drive there. And then once you're in Thunder Bay, you're still like basically in the bottom third of Ontario.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. Well, it's only 45 minutes from the border. Like it's not that far away from the US ultimately. And there's nothing else. Like there's nothing on the way there.
No.
So yeah, it's pretty empty. It was wild. I really enjoyed it though. 15 hours is nothing. It was 23 hours for me to drive home. 2 days. 2 days of driving.
Yeah, we hope to get up to Lake Superior someday. My kids are too small, but we do a lot of camping, so that's on the list.
Oh my goodness, there's so many camping spots up there. I was like, this isn't bad. I'm at a camper. I'd hang out here for a day and then go on my way. Yeah, as it was, I stopped in West Branch, Michigan. That's where I made it to on the Monday that I left, and stopped there. Boy, was I tired. But then the next day I was like, well, it's just far enough. I can do it in one day. So I slept in my bed the next night. So that wasn't too bad. But what a weird drive. It was very strange. I loved it. It was absolutely gorgeous. I would do it again.
So when you drove up, you came through Ontario?
No. I went to South Dakota.
Okay. And
then I drove east to get to Thunder Bay because I was in, all of South Dakota. It doesn't matter, right? Because it's north of Minnesota, eh? But yeah, I was in South Dakota, and then when I drove out, like I said, I went north over the lake and came through Sault Ste. Marie, which I hadn't been to before. That was beautiful too. I'm like, wow, this is cool. It's a cool border. It's a beautiful border. Because I'm used to the borders in, over in, Maine and Vermont. This is the borders I used to go into Canada over.
Mark, did you get to meet like John Vervaeke?
I met
when you were
everybody.
there?
Yeah.
You met everybody there? That's
There were only
cool.
150 people there. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
John was
He-
eager to meet me, of course. So we had
That's
a
cool.
lovely time.
And was that the first time you met him?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, look, I started on his little project during COVID, really, right? That was when he started the meditation during COVID. That's how I really got into his stuff. I mean, I had watched Awakening from the Meaning Crisis as it came out, and I was none too happy because I didn't know it was 50 episodes. They didn't tell me. And so every Friday I would watch it, and I was like, well, it's got to come to a conclusion soon. And, a year later.
Yeah, I stopped at 26 or something like that.
That's reasonable. I mean, I tell people all the time, yeah, don't listen to it. And like, you got to get really serious. You got to sit and take notes. You're not listening to it while doing other stuff. That's for sure. It's too hard to remember.
What's the best way to do outside corners on crown molding? I'm not the expert.
You're going to give him free advice, or you're going to tell him to pound sand? You can be mean to Ethan. It's okay. I give you permission. I met Ethan, so we had a nice drive up to Thunder Bay from Minneapolis Airport together.
Get a miter gauge, and I cut crown flat, so you have to have a table that tells you, because you need to adjust the bevel and the miter of the saw. And then you just test it out. Yeah. Outside corners are a little bit hard on the crown, so. And a lot of people don't put crown in anymore. It's not clean enough. Everyone wants clean, minimal, boring.
Yeah, we just built a house and we didn't do any crown. We wanted it clean. And by we, I mean, that's what my wife wanted. I didn't really care about the trim that much.
Oh, that hurts me.
I'm sorry. I'm that kind of person.
Good job, Gavin. Good job. Way to make friends and influence people.
Yeah.
Your craft sucks. I don't care about it.
I bet he appreciates a good door, though. Everyone does.
Yeah, my doors are definitely not as good as they should be. So I can tell, like, for me, I'm like a utilitarian. Like, I want it to work, and I want it to work well. I don't want air gaps in my door, things like that. I'm functional utility kind of person.
I gotta hang a door here at some point. I gotta do it before my guest gets here. So I'll do it in the next couple months here. And any tips for hanging a door? What do we got?
Oh man. I've forgotten everything. I hang doors every day. Start at the top hinge. Make sure you start in a good spot that gives you room for the bottom hinge to be level.
Okay.
And then put a screw through the top hit behind the doorstop at the top hinge. And then get your bottom close to level, maybe a bit under. Hang the door, and then you can just tighten the shims up until your door's level. But yeah, and do a bit of measuring to make sure your jams are going to be level before you start with the actual thing. So yeah.
How do they cut out the little square for the hinges? Do they just chisel it out?
If you got square hinges, yeah, you can chisel it out, but that's a bit of a pain. Basically, it's done with a router now, like a router bit set to a depth, and you follow a pattern with. There's a bearing on the router bit, so you follow a pattern. But you do end up with chisel work because router bits don't do square corners. So.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I don't have a router. I'll have to do it all chisel work, I guess.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's not much. It's not like you're chiseling out a huge amount of space. It's not deep, right? It's just a little hinge.
Yeah, there's still a place for all the hand tools. So
participatory knowledge, hand tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you hit your thumb with a hammer. Participatory knowledge.
Wow. Thanks for the image, Gavin. Now my thumb hurts.
That's what I think of about participatory knowledge is all the pain and the suffering I experience while learning my lessons.
That's only if you try to do it by yourself. Like if you
Right.
watch somebody else do it, you can learn a lot and avoid some of this personal pain. Just don't be too individualistic. It'll help you.
Well, that's why I had to jump in, because Mark's right about you can watch carpentry all day and not be able to hang a door. It's nice to jump online and learn something after you've already tried it. Then you can learn a lot.
Yeah, or it's different if you're doing it with somebody in person. Even if you're just holding the door, you learn a lot more about it than you will watching it on the YouTubes.
I've done my sliding glass door, and I have a garage door and a front door, and I replaced those three.
Oh,
they're okay.
Cool. Well done.
Pretty good. By myself. So, but yeah, you end up, learning as you go, and maybe making a mistake here and there.
Well, but the problem is too, you say that, but there are some people who cannot learn on their own. Like there are lots of people that cannot learn on their own. Yeah. And you give people a false impression because you're like, I can do this, and everybody else. You shouldn't tell people that. That's all. Yeah. You should be careful and say, no, I mean, look, there's lots of opportunities where you don't have to learn on your own, and that's way better than trying to learn on your own. And maybe you have to sacrifice a little bit of your time, energy, and attention to learn. You have to do that anyway. Like, what's the big deal? And maybe it's not all YouTube. Maybe it's go and help somebody hang a door. Like, what is wrong with that? Right. And I think that's good.
And you really can hurt yourself when you make mistakes. That's why it's nice in general, like to have someone there helping, or you to be the help. Like I know a story of someone went up on their ladder and fell, and they were by themselves and they were hanging on their ladder for hours. It's like, it's nice having help, like even if you are an autodidact.
Right. Right. Yeah.
It's actually really interesting with apprentices to watch them learn. And there's some people that you can tell them what to do all day and they'll never get it. There's people who can't visualize it. And then when these people pick it up, it's like they learn it and they've learned it for life and they're really good at it. Turns out they're good with their hands, and yeah, everyone's different. And some people get nothing out of, school, but end up being really good tradespeople.
Yeah. I think if there's 4 types of knowing or whatever, even though I disagree with John's model, then there's 4 types of learning, and some people are going to be better at different types of learning, and that has to be true. And I think that when Peterson talks about most of our knowledge is embodied, I think that's right. And embodied knowledge is probably participatory knowledge in John's model. I can't say that for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's true. And, that means that most of our learning, and the easiest thing for us to learn, is something that's embodied, or, doing the work and watching people do the work. But being there makes a big difference. And that was one of the things that I noticed in the book Flowers for Algernon that I really liked, is it gave a really good description of watching 2 different people do the same thing, but they have different methods. And that was confusing in that particular scenario. And of course, it always stuck with me because I think I read that book maybe once, maybe twice. But I still remember that.
I read it twice.
Yeah, but that part stood out to me. He's watching them make donuts or something, right? They're rolling up balls of dough, but they do it differently. And they keep saying, look, it's easy. And he's like, oh, I'm confused, right? And it totally makes sense. That somebody might be confused by that. I mean, I wouldn't be necessarily, but I can see where somebody would be. But that's the difference, is that people learn embodied better on average than anything else. And you can't be an autodidact if you need to learn something embodied, because you need to be with somebody who's doing it so that you can watch everything about them and not just what you can see on a 2-dimensional screen. Not that there's no value in that. There's plenty of value in that, but it's different when you're with somebody.
There's the thing that came to mind for me is like learning how to swim or learning how to ride a bike. I remember the Big Bang Theory where Sheldon Cooper is practicing swimming, like laying on the carpet. It's like I'm not sure. Yeah, you kind of have to, that embodied knowledge requires trying and failing and adjusting and trying again
And
and failing.
immersion, embodiment is immersion. Like you jump into the thing, whatever it is. If it's the water to swim, it's the water to swim, right? Skiing's like that. It's very hard to learn skiing without getting a pair of skis on and actually going down a small hill. Like it's really hard to learn.
Yeah. Just like us trying to explain, or I shouldn't say us, but yeah, you trying to explain how to fix that truck. It's like it's a little different once you actually get in there and start trying to fix it.
Well, and they're all different. Where is the fuel pump? Like, because some fuel pumps have, they have little screws on the outside, and to test if it's getting power, it takes 2 seconds. And other ones, it's not so straightforward. So it all depends.
Yeah.
I think you only have to read that book once or twice, Mark. It's too sad.
Oh yeah. That is a sad book. It is painful to read. You're right. You're right about that. I got it somewhere. It's somewhere in the shed with the other books that I don't have in the house. There's most of them. I've got one little bookshelf in here, which doesn't even belong in here. I got to get that bookshelf in the office, but I have to clean the damn office to do that. And that seems so far away. I said, I don't want to clean that office. It's going to be a nightmare.
Clean your room, Mark.
I'm not cleaning my room either. That's a mess too.
Gavin,
go ahead.
As parents, we clean up all the time. It's like daily, hourly.
Yeah.
I could be cleaning up right now. But that's every night.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering, like, you could spend your entire life trying to clean and keep your own room clean, and then at some point there's some merit to being able to learn how to clean larger areas together with other people. But I know my I know people who they don't like the idea that you need to clean your room, right? And so they have arguments against it. But you ought to know how to clean your room before you go trying to clean up everything else. But yeah, you could spend your entire life cleaning your room if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but if you don't clean your room, it's going to impact you negatively, right? So
yeah,
that's really the argument. Yeah, we've got one person on the Awakening server, and he's been like, he does martial arts. He's been doing martial arts, for years. But he's like, oh, I've been paying attention to my posture, and now everything's better. It's like, oh, shocking that sitting up straight and paying attention to when you're slumping, when you're walking, would make such a big difference. It makes a huge difference.
I read a book about breathing. I think it was by Nestor. And so once I read that book, I just started breathing through my nose. And my neighbor, like, he changed the way he was breathing, and it changed the way it changed his teeth problems. He had teeth problems. So you can have all these health problems just connected to the way you breathe. So yeah, it's kind of like it seems very similar to cleaning a room. It's learning how to stand up right, get the right posture, breathe correctly, walk correctly.
Yeah, no, it makes a big difference. Yeah, we've got this 3 frames model. Of course, I have a video on that, on navigating patterns, of course. And the 3 frames are you with yourself, right? So that's, how do you walk? How do you breathe? What's around you, right? Knowing what's impacting you, things like that. You with nature and you with others, right? Those are the 3 frames. So you have to account for those because you have to, right? Like, it's really important. And knowing your aspect in all of those 3 areas is super important because it makes a difference. And having a better relationship with yourself changes your relationship with the other 2. So, it's kind of important. That's actually Vervaeke in his meditation series talks about that. Like, you meditate, suddenly people notice you're different somehow. And they don't know how, but they know you're different. And you're just, you're a better person all of a sudden. It's like, oh, wow, that's good.
I guess another point I was trying to make, or I'm thinking about, is like there's always something that you haven't cleaned up yet, right? There's, you know, just you go to the bathroom, take a shower. It's like there's every little thing you do that you could be trying to identify the better way to do it.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little different when you're a parent too. At some point, you just, well, we got to go somewhere, so
Yeah.
you leave the house. Well, it's nice to leave a clean house. That helps too.
Yeah, I did that for Thunder Bay. So when I got back home from Thunder Bay, the house, all the dishes were done. I was like, oh, it's so nice. It's like, oh, it really works.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you flush the toilets before you leave to go to Thunder Bay.
I should hope so. Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's some mistakes you can make,
There are mistakes you could make. That is true. That is a fact.
especially when you have kids in the house.
Well, yeah, if you have kids, then yeah, you have to monitor everything for them, not just for you. It's easier when it's just you, because you just have you to keep track of, and you know what you did last. So you make a mistake every once in a while, but generally, yeah, you're fine.
Right. Let's add Ethan.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. There goes the party. How's it going, Ethan?
I felt like the amount of hair in this live stream was lacking.
You brought enough for everybody. Thank you, my friend.
I have some carpenter questions.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Okay, so I have a floor joist that's crowned, right? And we're going to replace the carpet, so I'm going to take this opportunity to plane it down.
Yeah.
And so, let me draw a little picture.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow, we're getting sophisticated here.
Okay, so here's here's the joist I need to plane, and I think the joist next to it, I think there might be a wall on top of the joist.
Okay.
So if I want to remove these floorboards, the subflooring, how do I do that?
Diagonal boards?
Diagonal board. Oh, so you think that they'll be like this?
Or is it plywood?
It's going to be plywood.
Oh, okay.
Because I got to take it off on each side, right? And then I can't really, if I just cut this, right here, I'll just kind of destroy the flooring.
Yeah, so
put it back.
You should probably just cut next to the wall. Run your skill saw with the fence against the wall, which will keep it like 1.5 inches away. If you just use the edge of the fence, and then so you can cut the plywood out that way, and then you basically just have to block it back in to support the plywood. So.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
So you just gotta support that joint somehow. So, fully support the joint, and then put blocks underneath between your new one and the one under the wall. Or really easy, if you get a nice straight cut, you can just put an additional joist in while you're doing it.
Yeah, I'll have to get up under the crawl space and see. I think I might have some plumbing and stuff under there. So.
Yeah, we're all basements in Canada, so we have a lot more room.
Wow. All right. Well, that's answers my question. Thank you.
No
I was been stressing out about that.
But yeah, basically you're gonna, you could block it on 16-inch centers the other way between those joists, but that plywood cut doesn't have a lot of weight on it, so it needs to be supported somehow.
Oh, you're saying block it like this? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Is that gonna
and actually additionally the other way as well, because 16 for a cut joint in the plywood, like no tongue and groove, you'll get bounce in that. Now if it's 1.5 inches away from the wall, nobody actually steps there, but it should be fully supported if there's no tongue and groove.
Okay.
But
I-
you might have trouble getting one in the long way. So
Yeah, I'll just have to do little increments. As long as there's not a gap longer than 16 inches, right? I should be fine right here.
Yep.
Okay. If I do this, I'm worried about it squeaking if I block it this way.
Yep. Screws, and if you're really worried, glue. The squeaks are almost like 90% of the time from nails that loosen up over time. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, make sure you nail your blocks in really well or screw them in, because the blocks can also squeak. But most floor issues are from loose nails.
So, current squeaky floorboards, is it best to fix that with shims or to just re-nail it down?
I would screw it. So if it's plywood, when you have your flooring up, put a screw beside every nail, and typically you'll see it compress and the nail will actually stick up a little bit. Then give that nail a hit.
Okay.
But just be like a couple inch, an inch or two away from that nail, and that'll solve 90% of your problems.
How long do the screws last? They last a really long time, or
yeah, basically, yeah,
okay,
Forever.
basically forever, because they're inside, so
They can't pull out.
Yeah.
Screws.
they
If
can't
they
pull
pull
out.
out, the wood rots. Right, the wood's rotted by that point.
Yeah, unless you see a lot of moisture, they're essentially forever.
Okay, good. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sometimes, Ethan, it pays to just say screw it.
I was like 8 minutes behind the stream. I was really confused there for a minute. I was like, why?
8 minutes.
Yeah, I was like, why are they answering my questions like this? Why are they waiting so long? I was like, oh, I'm 8 minutes behind. Yeah.
You in a different room? Where's your whiteboard?
I got 2 new shelves here. I just bought those.
Oh, okay.
I
I
took
thought something was weird. Okay.
Yeah, I took the whiteboard off, and it's now behind the
Oh,
monitors. So
yeah, I'm used to you going, oh, look, I did something on the whiteboard and showing it to me, and now I can't see it. I'm like, what? The whiteboard's gone.
yeah, that's my current icon. Here, I'll show you that I've been thinking about. Oh, you can't even see it.
No, it's not really visible. See, it's too close. I like
I
the
know.
whiteboard where it was, damn it.
Well, so I'm going to this Orthodox class, right? And we're reading this book, and they said something that was just kind of felt a little unfair about Plato. They were talking about the Gnostics and saying, "Oh, all these Gnostics in the first century, they were basically followers of Plato." They said they were followers of Plato, which he basically said matter was evil. I was like, I don't ever remember him saying that. Like, where did he say that? I don't know. It was they framed it as if this book kind of framed it as if it was like Gnosticism was kind of like a conspiracy started by Plato. But then like they go on to say how there's the spirit, right? And the spirit decides what books we keep in what books we put in the New Testament and what books we exclude. It's like so we have a spirit here, but then we have a conspiracy here. It's like I don't know. It's just kind of frustrating. Like what? Yeah. Anyways, I'm probably going to ask the priest about that. Like, where he also said that Plato said that the highest form of love is homosexuality. I'm like, and he referred to the symposium. I'm like,
no,
I don't.
One of the symposium entirely. Then,
yeah, and first of all,
reading and comprehension is a problem with people. I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's like first of all, Plato didn't say that. It's Socrates speaking in the context of sophists. So I mean, I don't.
It wasn't held up as an ideal either. So
yeah.
So no, that's not. It was a counterexample, not an example.
Yeah. So anyways, I'm gonna have some questions for the priest on Thursday.
They
Whatever.
can't be blaming on my boy Plato. That's not cool.
Well, I haven't read any Orthodox fathers, but isn't it like Pseudo Dionysius? Isn't he like very Platonic, and Maximus?
I gotta think
he's, like,
so. Yeah, as far as
very
I can tell.
Platonic. So I don't know. Let's see what he has to say.
Did you see what that Father Eric did to me yesterday? I mean, did you see that?
What did he do? I didn't catch the whole stream.
He told me I was Neoplatonic, knowing full well I'd have to log in and set him straight. So
Oh,
I just schooled his ass on the Trinity in 5 minutes
What?
instead. I'm like,
What?
oh, fine. You want to mess with Mark? Okay.
uh-oh.
Fine. That's fine. Let's see how your Catholic theology holds up.
I missed that. I'll have to go back and watch it. What? So what? Okay. What exactly? What is Neoplatonism? I thought. Okay. I think you.
Doesn't exist. That's why he said it.
Like-
He knows I hate the idea. Like I think it doesn't exist. I think he's lying. I think these people are making shit up. It's all made up. Don't make up stuff. It's
I
all
looked
wrong.
up the Wikipedia page this morning, and it was like it refers to a couple of people during a certain time frame.
Yeah, Plotinus and a few other
Yeah.
people, right? But the only thing they have in common is Plato. Everything else they don't have in common. So I don't know how you're making a group out of a non-commonality. I don't understand that move.
Yeah.
I mean, you can talk about Neoplatonic movements, right? But like, there's no group of Neoplatonists. Like, there's several groups of Neoplatonists, but they don't have anything in common other than Plato. Like, that's what's so confusing about the whole terminology in my mind. You know, and the way people are using it is, well, there was a time of Neoplatonism, and it was the perfect proto-religion. And if we just start there again, we can get around all the problems of Christianity. And no, you're not. Like, just stop. Just stop talking. You're making me crazy. Just stop. Just stop.
How many people hold that opinion other than John Vervaeke? Is it?
Oh, no, there's a bunch of people. Oh, there's a bunch
Oh,
of people
okay.
like that. Oh, yeah, they're all over the place.
Well,
Well, yeah, because Neoplatonism predates Christianity. So anything that predates Christianity is fine for a creation denier. And the creation deniers are everywhere. Like every materialist.
wait. How do you deny creation and are also Platonic at the same time?
Platonism doesn't talk about creation. It's the perfect way to be a middle-out thinker, because if Plato plops you in the middle of reality, which is fine, right? But again, that's because philosophy assumed religion. The ancient Greeks assumed religion, all of them. They assumed religion. It's still, they just didn't have the same religion. They were pagans. They had lots of different religions, but they all assumed religion. Like, that's, as near as I can tell, that is true. There's no evidence that they didn't. That's for sure. They always mention religion in the philosophical text, as near as I can tell. I haven't found anybody who can point me to a philosophical text that doesn't mention religion. So,
Yes.
It seems to be a baseline condition. Of course, we have beliefs, and no matter what your beliefs are, there's this philosophy you can overlay to help you guide your beliefs using rationality, logic, and reason. Yeah, fair enough. That's right. That's half the world. But it's the smaller half of the world. The larger half of the world is faith, love, and hope, or something, right? It's the ethereal realm. So, you can see this, like when John talks about emanation, he just says emanation, moves right past it, right? He'll spend 20 minutes talking about emergence, but he won't spend any time talking about emanation, because in order to have emanation, you have to have creation. In order to have creation, there has to be a force of creation, whatever that is, whether it's a quote being or an entity or whatever, right? Like, it has to pre-exist. And emanation is the statement of pre-existence, and they won't ever talk about pre-existence. Like, they won't. None of them will. Like Sam Harris is oddly the most honest about it. He's like, yeah, it's all predetermination. Oh, well, that's one way around creation. Just say everything's predetermined. It's obviously wrong, but it's one way to get around the problem.
Yeah, demiurge. Another good example to point out the fact that they were religious is if you think of art, like literally every piece of art is religious. Like if you look at the Greeks, everything is nested in religion. Like if they're sculpting like an actual person, it's like, oh, this was a historical figure. That's not religious. The reason that they were putting them in art is because they embodied a religious thing. They embodied whatever virtue. So like,
right. Well, and a lot
art-
of them weren't but a lot of them weren't historical, right? A lot of them were mythopoetic, right? Which means they had a historical element, but they weren't,
The weird thing is that art didn't become non-religious until like that's a modern
after
thing.
the Renaissance.
Yeah, after the Renaissance. That's a really weird
Modern.
thing that happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a term modern art for a reason, right? So modern art is non-religious because modernity is secular, even though that's impossible. And that's what happens is you're trying to do the impossible and then you end up with weird results.
Yeah, like paintings, abstract paintings with lines. And we drove by this art gallery the other day, and in there they have these $20,000 abstract paintings. And I'm like, do you think 1,000 years from now, when somebody uncovers this, they're going to think it's some sort of precious piece of art, or just part of the structure of the home that was decomposed?
Yeah, there was an article just the other day, some $10 million piece of line art that had been upside down for 40 years and nobody noticed. Yeah.
Oh geez, yeah.
Because it's meaningless.
Right. It has no orientation because it's meaningless. Yeah, and I think that's the problem that we're going through is lots of things can be made to work for a short period of time. And what the short period of time is, could be different. It could be 2 generations, but it won't last beyond that, right? Like lots of things can work for 10 years, right?
Well,
like Amazon.
You've got to apply your own meaning to that piece of art. So it's not going to work for anyone in 10 years. It'll be like,
well, it works for everyone, but it works differently for everyone. And then that's the problem. Like the individualism kills you, right? Because everything ends up working differently for everyone. So, Amazon loses $1 trillion of market valuation overnight, right? And that's because, you can run a company like Amazon for a while, right? But you can't do it for very long. Why? Because Amazon here in South Carolina and Amazon in Boston and Amazon in Seattle are all different experiences, vastly different experience. So Joey's in Sacramento. He gets his stuff the next day, all of it. Okay. I ordered something 3 weeks ago. They said it wasn't going to be here till the end of November. Then they said, oh no, it'll be here, this 3rd week in November. And then they delivered it within 5 days, but it was still 5 days. And like, I'm 20 miles out of a capital city of a state. Like it's, shouldn't be that hard. There's Amazon fulfillment centers right down the street from me, like within 25 miles of my house. So I don't know what, and they didn't know where anything was. And a lot of that is just because I think a lot of the Amazon delivery model, which has never made any money for the company to the best of my knowledge, or if it did, it was only a couple of quarters here and there, is based on the surplus from other industries. So if it undermines the retail industry, it won't operate anymore because it needs the retail industry to have that extra cushion in it for it to survive. And I don't think people really understand that. So the supply chain disruption comes and Amazon's whole business for delivery gets screwed up, for 2 years. But look how long it survived. On the other hand, it's never made any money as a company. The company's never been profitable. It's never going to have been profitable. There's no way for them to make back their initial investment money. Even with AWS, which is absurdly profitable, I don't think they'll make their money back.
So out of all of that, I heard one phrase that I thought would be interesting as problems with Christianity. I was wondering if you guys had anything in your mind that related to problems with Christianity, or is that just something that like Jacob and myself would want to point at? We don't have to talk about it, but
what do you mean? What do you mean problems with Christianity? Because I don't think there's problems with Christianity. I think there's problems with people being individualistic and looking at short time frames and saying, "Oh, look, crypto works." Yeah, until it doesn't, and then you find out that, look, I think there's a lot of potential, usage in Bitcoin that's perfectly valid, but it was never going to replace money. And that's just a math problem. Like the transaction speed's too slow. It's just that simple. Like it's not a really hard thing to understand. Transaction speed's too slow on Bitcoin to do credit card style transactions, and therefore it can't replace credit card style transactions ever, no matter what you do. And any system that can is too fast to be secure. It's a trade-off. So it's A or B.
So how are you connecting that with problems with Christianity?
Well, look, you can look around and say, oh, see, we don't need this Christianity stuff because we can get stuff very easily. And then because we can get stuff easily and we can work these crazy jobs from our homes and all that, we can get our religious type experiences by just, taking a week off and going into the mountains. It's like, well, that kind of works for a while, maybe, but it's not the same as going to church every week, every Sunday. It's not. And so it's not Christianity that's broken. It's the people that are broken. Christianity's fine. It's been following a pattern for thousands of years. And, and there's some valid criticism as well. It changed itself too fast. And that's why Orthodoxy is better than, we'll say, even Catholicism, which is better than Protestantism, which is changing way too fast. But it's us who are changing too fast and not slowing down and realizing these things that have been around for a long time have value. Because we're not valuing old things anymore. Like we're ripping down statues. What's that about? We're venerating large companies that are worth $1.8 trillion until they're not, until they're only worth $0.8 trillion, right? We're worshiping celebrities that have no morals. Like, what are we doing? This is crazy.
I know all about that, Mike. I live in the shadow of all the BlackBerry buildings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I find it hard to see problems in Christianity because you grow up in it, so you have this worldview, and then it's like, oh, I can just apply that to all the problems. So it's really hard to understand Jacob because his worldview is like 100% different. So he sees all problems because the way he grew up, the way he was trained, whatever. So then it's hard for me to see where he's coming from, but it's just completely different ways of thinking. That's with a lot of people, not just him.
What about you, Ethan? Do you see any problems with Christianity?
I see problems in Christianity. Yeah, I guess that's what Mark said.
I got you. In Christianity.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't get y'all to be blasphemers tonight.
No, Ethan knows all the problems in Christianity they are not orthodoxy, which is why he's fixing that problem for himself.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering what is so Vervaeke is, I guess, along with all these other people that think Neoplatonism is going to save the world, but all of these Neoplatonist authors that he's talking about are all Christian. I mean, the guy he was talking to, the Wolfgang Smith guy, is a Christian. D.C. Schindler is a Christian. I don't know any of the other Who's the other guy? Gonzalez, I think, is a.
So how does that save the world thing happen in Christianity?
I don't know. I think that we, at the very least, we should start focusing on redeeming Christianity instead of throwing it out and disposing of it and trying to replace it with something with Neoplatonism. And Mike, I wrote a comment on that video and I said that I don't know, it's almost like Christianity is so Neoplatonic that Christianity is so Platonic it's more Platonic than Platonism, because it's like Platonism incarnated. So it's like, what more could you ask for?
That was what Jack Sinich said, the Dr. Lantern Jack, because Vervaeke talked to him once. They're going to talk again, I guess. Right? They did great. The AI, the Matrix, and Plato's Cave talk, which is an excellent talk. It's one of Vervaeke's best talks is that one. Mm-hmm. When I asked Jack about it a year ago or so, or a year and a half ago now, he said, well, basically he said, like, who the hell cares? The Neoplatonists were never big and they got wiped out by Christianity. Like, they lost the battle. I was like, yeah, it's a good way to look at it, Jack. They kind of lost. Like, they're all gone. Like, Why are we having this discussion? It doesn't work. We know it doesn't work. It failed. Like, it's not hard. And I didn't think of it that way, but yeah, he came up with that. I thought that was clever.
I was looking. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Paul said it the other 2 videos ago. I mean, and I came to this conclusion already that the Vervaeke thing is doomed because people are ultimately looking for meaning in life. No, sorry, meaning of life, and Vervaeke studies meaning in life, and he doesn't have an ultimate. Oh, here's the meaning of life. He's just this generates meaning. This you will find meaning here, but it's all fruitless, and it's also the reason he doesn't want to. He always says, "Oh, I'm not going to start a religion," and it comes off as, "Oh, I'm being humble," but actually he has no meaning of life, so he's never gonna start a religion. So, and ultimately, people who are searching for a meaning of life are going to figure that out and realize that it's.
What's the meaning of life? Sounds like I have the answer.
I'm a Christian, so
to be Christ-like.
What's the Christian?
For Christians, it's just to be Christ-like. Like, it's not hard.
Is that when you go in the synagogue and throw tables?
No.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Yes, that's what's missing in the West is flipping tables over in the temple. Like, that's a very serious thing. I brought this up, especially since Thunder Bay is the left hand of the Logos is something that's been missing from in Western Christianity. We're suffering from it.
I'm Canadian, so I get to stay out of all these table flipping American arguments. We get to still like Tim Keller, and we don't see everything as red and blue or whatever the colors are. We
don't see things that way here either. That's just what our media tells everybody, but nobody actually works that way.
So what would table flipping look like to a Christian? Like proper table flipping? Like what is that?
We don't know because the Christians are all wimps and they won't do it. I've been telling them what to do and they won't do it. They're all weak.
So Mark, it sounds like you're a Christian. Like, do you flip tables? Like, what's your metaphorical flip table?
Oh, I flip tables all the time. That's one of the reasons why I say, no, it's fine. You want to kick me out of your club for flipping tables? That's fine. Tables got to get flipped though, dude. So I'm there. Like, I'm there for you. I'll take the hit. I don't care.
What's like? Is there one example of a table flip that was the right thing to do that in your mind that you've done?
One example? Like, how would I narrow it down to one? What are you talking? I do this all the time.
I'm just wondering what a proper table flip
Mark's middle name.
Yeah, Gavin, I do it literally all the time. I do it to people all the time. I do it to individuals. I do it to groups, right? I come right out there and I say, these Neoplatonists are crazy. Like, they're nuts. They don't understand what they're talking about. They're just wrong. They don't know how to read. Like, do you think that's not flipping tables? Do you think I'm not pissing people off when I say that? What about when I go up to Jacob and Jacob goes, oh yeah, Mark, you're no more popular than I am. And I go, yeah, Jacob, but I didn't rage quit BOM ever. Not once. So if you think we're the same, you're wrong. Like, sorry.
So a table flip.
You don't think that's flipping over tables? And now I'm flipping it on the Jew there. There you go.
So a table flip would be, you're saying that a table flip can happen in this virtual space.
Of course it can. Yeah. It's not necessarily a physical thing. Like, what is it? It's not like the fact that Jesus is physically flipping tables has nothing to do with the difference between Christians going, oh, you know what? You're supposed to be nice to people and just be kind, and eventually they'll come over to you. But it's bullshit. That's wrong. It's just wrong. It's observably wrong, and it's not working for them, and they don't want to admit it because then they'd have to have a conflict. And they like, oh no, conflict. We're Christians. Piss off. Conflict is how you change people. And yeah, you have to be careful with that for sure. Like, don't walk up to them and whack them in the head. But that's what the evangelicals, that's the mistake they make. They walk up and they push a bunch of dopey propositions at people. But proper evangelization is participatory, not propositional. In other words, you live a good Christian life and you don't talk about it unless you're asked. That's the right way to evangelize. But you also have to be out there. You can't live hidden. You can't be like, oh, the lions aren't going to eat me. I'm going to live hidden. Well, the lions are going to eat you last. but they're not going to eat you. And I'm pretty sure your job is to get in front of the lions and say, eat me, lion, I dare you, right? Because half the time the lions aren't going to eat you. And that's not going to be everybody. We're going to lose people for sure. But I'm a pragmatist. Pragmatists calculate casualties first. We're not idealists. We don't think there's a no casualty scenario. We just think you got to get out there, period. Like life sucks and it's hard and struggle. And sometimes you fail.
So the meaning of life is flipping tables in the virtual space?
No, it's not. No. It's being Christ-like. But part of being Christ-like is flipping tables. And I don't do it in the virtual space. I do it in the personal space too.
I'm intentionally doing some ad absurdum just to...
That's fine. Do all the ad absurdum you want. You know, it's good contrast. Like I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
That's missing too, is like, I mean, in order to be a Christian, like, it's like, you're a Christian, are you willing to be eaten by a lion? Like, yes or no? Like, it's really simple. Like, being Christian isn't easy. It's very, very difficult. And that I think that, well, that's not really anything I ever got growing up in the tradition that I was in. Nobody ever asked me. I mean, I was young, you know. You're not going to tell that to children, I guess. So, I mean, it's a little more nuanced, but
how is yelling at people for defiling the temple and yelling at them for cheating the populace not a disagreement and a confrontation? Like, what part of disagreement and confrontation do you not understand? Of course it's a disagreement and a confrontation. Of course it is.
There might be something about like what is the most holy thing, and so maybe this was the only time Jesus flipped tables and it had something to do with the importance of the temple, for example.
I think the earth is our temple, guys. I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I'm with Corey. I think it's an exceptional circumstance.
I don't think
people love applying that passage everywhere.
No, I don't think it is exceptional, and I don't think that's the only instance of Jesus being difficult.
Well, it's good. It's good. I got some of this agreement pulled out here. So, but yeah, I would say like there are situations where you need to have courage, right, to face the lion, and then the question is just, is it the right time? And then there's probably a question like, thy will be done. Is this really the
right.
time that God wants me to have the courage, or is this a time whenever I need to be?
Of course, you need discernment. It's not easy, and it's not a formula, and it's not a procedure, and you can't just follow it, for sure, right? But you also can't do nothing, because either you uphold the truth or you have no disagreements with people, but you don't do both, because you can't do both. It's not an option. And you just have to accept the conflict and figure out how to deal with it. And I'm not saying figuring that out is easy. And I'm not saying that I get it right all the time or anything like that. And I'm not thinking anybody else is going to get it right all the time either, because Christians are for lions and sometimes people are going to get eaten. And I calculate casualties first because I'm a pragmatist and not an idealist. That's the difference between the two.
I don't know what you mean by calculate casualties first.
You don't assume zero casualties. You assume if you're going to do anything in the world that there's going to be damage from that one way or the other.
This is like your idea, like what you say about doing a startup. You're going to try 10 times and you'll fail 9 times.
Yeah.
Something like that.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
You're going to try 100 times and fail 99 is more likely.
Right. Okay.
Right. Or look, if you're going to get into a conflict with somebody, you're going to have to realize you're not coming out of any conflict ahead in all ways. You're going to have to lose, like the act of conflict and the fact that conflict is going to exist means that you're going to lose something somewhere along the line. That's going to happen.
So Mark, you says the whole world is the temple and the truth is important. So what do you, now let's let someone else talk.
I'm surrounded by a lot of Mennonites who would disagree with his interpretation.
What would the Mennonites, what is their perspective?
The only casualty they would allow would be themselves.
That's sometimes the casualty, right? But there's not no casualties if it's yourself. There's none, because conflict requires that. Like once there's a conflict, there's going to be some kind of casualty, and it might not be your whole self. It might be a piece of you. Fine, fair enough, whatever. But we don't ever assume a utopia or an idyllic vision as a pragmatist that says you're not going to that you're going to come away unscathed. You're not getting out alive. You're not getting out unscathed. You're not going through life without struggle. None of these things are going to happen.
So there's a serious question about the thy will be done, and versus if you're throwing a table, is it you, or is it what you want, or is it what God wants? And that's to me that's the really hard part.
That's part of the Christian struggle, for sure.
Yeah.
Christians are supposed to struggle, and look, suffering's inevitable, but struggling, can either be turned into joy or more suffering. It's up to you, and you're not going to get that right all the time either. But it is what it is. Like, that's the Christian mission. That's what you do. That's how to Christian.
I'm not much of a table flipper, so I just need to know when I can get
don't
the
know,
approval
Gavin.
to flip a table.
I would disagree. You flipped quite a few tables before.
It was all accidental.
Well, but see, that matters. Like, this is part of my point, is that you're not avoiding flipping tables. You could say, I didn't flip any tables on purpose all day long, but that doesn't mean that no tables got flipped. And you have to be able to accept that. Like, you have to be able to accept that.
Maybe within your own community, Gavin, where you've got some trust, not just random people.
It's a good point.
Well, this is somewhat the argument that they were making to Jacob the other day when they were, Hezi and I forget who else was there, right? Trying to get Jacob to, recognize some stuff, maybe better ways to do stuff, right? To make him a little bit more palatable. And he just, he's like, no, I don't care. I flipped all those tables. That's too bad. It's like, oh, fair enough. But he didn't want to, he did. And it's a tough thing to do, right? It's a tough thing to do. But I take responsibility for that. I flip tables all the time. I don't care in some sense. I think it has to be done. Someone has to do it. You can't maintain the truth of the world and not flip tables. Like, if people are saying like, oh, you can just self-identify and we'll just mutilate children, and you sit back and do nothing because you're doing a live hidden Christian thing, you're not being Jesus. Sorry, you're just not.
Well, I switched my kids to a Christian school, so is that sitting back or doing nothing, or is that flipping a table?
I think you're living hidden if you're not speaking out.
We wrote a letter before we left the public school
board. Then you flipped. Good for you. And I mean, we can complain about, well, maybe you should have flipped more tables, but like, you did something, and that's excellent. You've done more than 99.9% of the people on the planet, and that's good, right? And it's the little things. So like, I'm working on this one project with a friend of mine who lives not too far down the street, and he's actually writing scripts, and we're reading them on YouTube. It's kind of amazing. I don't know if any of the videos will ever get published, but I'm hoping they will. But this all stemmed from, he watched What Is a Woman, the Matt Walsh documentary, and I watched it. And I mentioned one particular part of it where the doctor doing the surgeries, right, sort of says, oh, yeah, well, I guess it's a bit of a Faustian bargain. And I went, what? There's no such thing as a bit of a Faustian bargain. What kind of a lunatic says something that dumb? That's just retarded. Like, what is wrong with you? And he didn't notice it at first, so that he went back and watched it again. And he's like, wow. And that got his mind going. And now he's writing all these scripts based on a bit of a Faustian bargain. And I hope it gets released, because it's really lovely material, actually. It's quite good. Now there's possibly 5 or 6 videos that we'll end up doing. We've done a couple test videos already. That will be on that topic to some extent. That will extend, right? And that'll be flipping a lot of tables from it. And it's a little comment, right? And a lot of work comes from that, right? And so even a little complaint to one little place makes a difference, because if people aren't getting the signal, no, I think what you're doing is wrong, then they won't think twice about doing it. So it's kind of up to you to tell them. I'm very big on this. Like, I get very upset with people, because people will often say like, oh, well, you've got problems. And I'm like, yeah, why didn't you tell me when I made those things happen? And they're like, well, I was afraid. I'm like, look, if you're not giving me feedback and you're complaining about my behavior, you're partially responsible. Sorry, That's the way the world works. If you let people get away with things, you're not giving them the proper feedback so they can adjust their behavior. You have to accept their behavior at that point. That's on you, not just them. And it's a partial on you for sure. But like, you have to be able to do that.
We got sort of 30-70 feedback, so 30% supportive and 70% sort of told us we were bigots. But in that
Good.
70 are people who don't, capitalize their name because it's too colonial, and so yeah.
Right, but you know what? And here's the magic that people don't understand. Some percentage of those 70 are going to change their mind as a result of your feedback. So it may seem like in the here and now, it's 70, but you'll flip some minds just because you pointed at it. Because, Jonathan Peugeot's right. The world is attention. And if you don't point to something as being wrong, people won't ever look at it as being wrong on average. Maybe by accident, one or two will. And the more people that say that's wrong, the fewer people are going to do the wrong thing. So when the only people speaking out are the people who aren't living hidden and also don't happen to be Christian, what you have are a bunch of people pointing at wrong things, saying they're right. And there's no countervailing force. And that's why live hidden Christian is bad, because it basically forces the world in a way that no one's talking about the good. Who's going to talk about the good? John Vervaeke? He can't. Right? Jordan Peterson? He can't. Like, I love Peterson, but he can't do it. Right? He's not there. Sam Harris? No, Sam Harris doesn't care about dead babies in a basement. Like, these people are not going to point to the good ever. They're not capable of doing it. So if the Christians are busy living hidden, they're not going to do it. That means no one's doing it. That's not good.
Yeah. Overall, I'm not really worried. Canada is kind of like 10 years ahead of the US. Like, a lot of the stuff that you guys are worried about now, we already have. But there's already a spring back. Like, it's gone too far, too fast, and left common sense behind. So there's already pushback. And yeah.
Well, and it's good. It's good that there's more. That's important.
The other thing that was really frightening that hit my news circle a couple of weeks ago was but I think Paul talked about it. I think the suicide, the self-assisted suicide. That's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Because there's a standard emerging of what constitutes life. It's very, very, very frightening, because life we used to not have a standard of life. Life was life. And now if it's like, oh, okay, well, if you meet this standard, we're going to allow you to kill yourself. Well, what happens when people decide that they don't want to kill themselves, and a portion of society feels like they are past this line? It's like it's Nazi Germany. Like, you can see it, like with that whole self-assisted suicide, you can see Nazi Germany coming back. It's going to happen with children too. It's like, okay, a family, for example, like say that they have a special needs child, and we have this standard. Abortions are sanctioned. They're socially acceptable, and now with this standard of life, you have this Christian family or whatever. They have their disabled child, and they're going to start there's the people around them are going to start whispering and saying, I can't believe she took that pregnancy to term. And they're going to start looking down at that person, at that family, for having this below standard child. It's just absolutely frightening. It's horrifying. Hey, Jacob.
Yeah, the slippery slope is real when it comes to that stuff. Like, Canada took like a year, and we've got just horror story after horror story of people who, they're on disability or something, and it's like, oh, I can't find housing, so now I'm going to end my life. And, oh yeah, tons of that stuff.
Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah.
That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's happening very quickly.
It's like you're just a drain on the system. There's no reason you should be living right now. Why haven't you killed yourself yet?
When that's the slippery slope argument, is it happens quickly. Right? This is what Nassim Taleb is good at this in his books. He talks about this. The switchover happens like that. It's not a linear progression, guys. And people keep thinking it's a linear progression. And then when they get close, they'll stop. but it's not a linear progression. You just fall off an edge, and then everything goes to crap really fast.
I'd
Well,
actually,
I think, I mean, I haven't been listening to what you guys were saying, but Vervaeke's Vervaeke talks about reciprocal things, right? And I think also Peterson talks about feedback loops, right?
Mhm.
And that's the problem. We get into feedback loops, and feedback loops spin into wild disorder, and too many people don't seem to realize how good things are and the equilibrium that exists in our society, which is very easily, destroyed by taking things out of balance and creating unhealthy feedback loops.
I really wish Paul would talk to Brett Sockold again, because the Catholics, they're right on that stuff, and he's in Canada, and it's I'm sure he's got tons of interesting thoughts on what's been going on, because I think it's being sort of suppressed now. Like, there was a lot of stories for a while, and now nothing for a bit. And yeah, I hope they chat again.
Can you have guns in Canada?
Yeah, so we have a tremendous amount of guns, like one of the highest in the world. I couldn't tell you the exact stats.
Not in the
Right.
cities.
What's that?
Not in the cities, though.
No, I mean, it's very controlled, so it's all licensed, and so they basically just banned handguns, like just like a month ago. So people who have them still have them. Criminals have them because they come from the States. And previously, to have a handgun, you would keep it. You'd have to be associated with a range, basically. If you transported it, it's in a locked box. It's a special license, like background, the whole 9 yards. But now you can no longer buy handguns legally. But yeah, there's tons of weapons. We just don't. I don't know. Culture is different. We don't have the issues generally.
So, would Jesus flipping tables equate to people knowing how to use guns?
I'm not going to say anything about the gun argument. It's very different in the States. I had a friend who played hockey down south, and he was like, man, if I stayed there long term, I'd get a gun. And up here, nobody would think about getting a gun. Nobody has a gun. It's very, like, the guns are at home. Nobody has a gun in a car. Like, if you're a cop and you pull someone over, not the last thing, but nobody has a gun in the car, basically, unless you're. So it's just totally different. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know where that.
I'm sure Alabama's a lot different than Canada.
Oh yeah. Well, we got even Ohio. They've got gun racks on the trucks, and everybody can see the guns. In Texas, everyone's carrying a gun. Like New Hampshire, a lot of people have guns in New Hampshire. Right? Massachusetts, ain't no one got a gun because they ain't legal at all. It's very hard to have a gun, right? But yeah, the different states are different.
Well, the Supreme Court decision recently is probably going to affect that, but I have to say, I actually think the lack of physical threat in conversation is part of what makes people not recognize the real threat of physical violence. I don't know if you watched my video on the coming how civil wars start, but this woman who worked for the CIA, she's a political scientist at the University of California, San Diego, wrote a book, How Civil Wars Start, and she's talking on PBS about how we are getting close to a civil war. And part of the discussion was Hari Srinivasan. I don't know if you know who he is. He is a PBS anchor, saying to her, well, yeah, it's terrible that these people want to demonstrate outside of polling stations with guns. That might intimidate people. And my thing, and she didn't tell him the obvious thing, which is, you idiot, if they can't demonstrate in front of polling spaces with guns, guess what's going to happen next?
Right.
And you know, people actually showing their guns in an attempt to intimidate you is a hell of a lot better than them not being willing to show you their guns in an attempt to intimidate you. But this is the stupidity we live in, where people think that violence, all threats of violence, then we will have no violence. And it's like, no, it's actually the absolute opposite.
Yeah, you got to be able to signal what you're willing to do for your beliefs. And that includes anger. That's why I get upset with people when they say, "Oh, Peterson sounds angry." I'm like, "Yeah, but you know what? If I'm not allowed to express my anger, I'll just shoot you." And I mean me personally. So you better, when I stop being angry, you better run. Although that's not going to help you, because I'm going to hunt your ass down. So you should be grateful when I'm angry, because then you know how serious I am, and you know that my odds of shooting you go down. I'm just saying. And that's true for everybody, whether you realize it or not, no matter how nice they seem, no matter how Christian they are, no matter how kind, that's true for everybody.
So Gavin put up Chazi's thing, and I have to say, Gavin and I have been talking a lot about the difference between divergence and disability. There's too many people who don't recognize constraints as, look, there is a necessity why people who are developmentally normal will have divergent skills, because actual diversity, not the type of diversity we tend to talk about, but actual diversity is useful. For example, sleep cycles, right? Guess what? When your society actually needed some people to be awake in the morning and some people to be awake at night in order to guard your society, right? It was, nobody thought everybody should get up at 8 a.m. and go to sleep at 10 p.m., right? Whereas, and so we actually, and sleep, if you look into the sleep science, we actually tend to have two major sleep cycles. Some people get up early, go to sleep early. Some people get up late, go to sleep late. And that works really, really well because you needed people up 24/7. And I'm kind of happy that we're going back to 24/7. I guess there was a period because of light bulbs that we didn't recognize this necessity. But that is a very different thing from somebody, for example, having an actual sleep disorder, right? And sleeping more hours than they need to. And I suppose, I mean, I think when you talk about constraints, obviously there must be something going on with people who need less sleep than everybody else that allows them to need less sleep, because resources are resources and we're all finite, and finite resources are a real thing. But what scares me about especially the selective abortions that we're having based on genetics, and going back to the previous discussion, I have to say the Catholics, like, people call me a Catholic apologist because I'm constantly saying how important and good the Catholic Church is in the world. Number one, without any competition, even close, it is the most successful human organization ever created, by far. And so yeah, I ranted for a bit. So,
but yeah, it's interesting that all these evolution believers who are actually evolution deniers don't really understand that that they're denying specialization. which is an important key for evolutionary theory set to work. But yeah, this universalization of anything is a denial of specialization, which is important.
CW, you're not on Discord anymore, or for some reason, and I have no way of contacting you, and I wanted to contact you, so like, contact me. And do you mind letting us know why exactly it would have been a bad thing if you had killed the person who robbed you?
Yeah, I'm like, where's the downside again?
Could be a love your enemy kind of sentimentality, like that goes to the extreme. That would be my guess, but we can see if CW wants to explain it.
Well, yeah, and if those assailants attack somebody else and kill them, then you have a real moral dilemma on your hands.
Right.
I recommend, I believe it's Ecclesiastes chapter 3.
Yeah, killing people seems bad to me, except in most of the Old Testament, right? Like, I don't know what Bible you guys are reading. I haven't even read the whole thing, and like even I know that.
Well, I mean, we are in fact. It's funny. Like when I talk to Muslims, they're like, "Oh yeah, the Old Testament, the Jewish God, like." And it's like, no, you guys don't really understand, where it says in the Gospel of John, the Sanhedrin said to Pilate, we can kill no man. It is not lawful for us to kill anyone. Like, it was like, yeah, that is basically what we believe. It's not lawful for us to kill people, which is strange to a lot of people because they're like, are you reading the same Old Testament as I am? And I'm like, yes, I am, but we read it very differently than you do. But at the same time, there is like, at some point, you can't allow people to run over you.
Well, I think there's law, and then there's like law of man and law of God. And if God tells you, hey, wipe these people out, maybe you wipe those people out.
For a layman, though, it's like, and I've said this to Jacob twice on his server in the Torah channel about like a layman reads the Old Testament and it says, do not suffer a witch to live. And then it's like, if you're a witch, you're like, whoa, that's scary, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So and then Jacob, he has explained it in a way where it's like, first of all, there's no way that witchcraft actually works, and you wouldn't want to pay someone you wouldn't want to provide them their sustenance for providing this witchcraft, which is baloney anyways. Like, that's my take on how Jacob responds to it.
Yeah, so it says lo techayun. It's a very weird thing. It says do not sustain them. That particular verse is particularly interesting, but Ethan's being really quiet.
I was going to say earlier, we were talking about the whole Christians and lions type of thing. A good example, I think, is if you think of the way that two parents love their children, and if you think of the way that, like, the father is usually the one that does a certain type of discipline that involves something physical. So when the father, takes the kid away and spanks him or does whatever, like, is he not loving the kid? He's absolutely loving the kid, but he's loving the kid by disciplining him. And you can understand this by thinking of the ways that a mother loves a child and a father loves a child. And it's no coincidence that people don't spank their children anymore. Like, we think that loving someone is synonymous with being nice to them, and they're not the same thing. Loving someone means there's those two things. And the other thing on the Neoplatonist Silk Road idea that Vervaeke claims to be the savior of the world. It's like, this is going to save the world. It's like, sorry, Jacob, this kind of already happened, I'm looking at.
Did it really though, Ethan?
Well,
Do
okay,
you
I'm looking.
really believe the world has been saved?
How many people believe in the God of Israel?
What do you mean? The God of Israel is the God we struggle with.
I'm looking at these stats here. So Christianity has the most
Yeah, the stats
members.
ready to go.
quantity.
All right. So 31.11% of the world is Christian. The second one is Islam.
Mm-hmm.
The third one is secular / non-religious / agnostic atheist. And I mean, if we're honest, you can't really separate that from Christianity. That's just something that his Christianity owns that in a certain way. And so that's 46% of the world's population. And if anything was universal, I think that's probably about as close as you're going to get to it, because Christianity exists literally everywhere. I mean, Islam is its next competitor in, what do you call it, in
You haven't heard my two wings theory?
two wings? Okay, well, here's the thing. Okay, I would like to see a graph of the membership of Islam over the population of the world, and see how what those lines look like. But I don't think that Islam spreads like Christianity does. Like, I mean, are people converting to Islam in China like they're converting to Christianity? I mean, the thing is, it's like, how are you trying to, like, just from looking at these numbers, how are you going to invent something that's going to do this better than this? You know, I mean, I think you're a lot better off. I think you're a lot better off with just looking at what we have and at least trying to redeem it or fix it, instead of just.
Oh, of course, I'm trying. I'm definitely trying to redeem Christianity and Islam, like Maimonides said. But One for Israel is a way that Jews who are very cynical get evangelical Christians to give them money for feeding into their personal biases. Okay, so did you listen to my discussion with Lee Baker?
Wait, who is that?
Bishop.
Oh yeah, I did listen to that one.
What'd you think?
He's still a little bitter.
Just a little.
But I mean, the thing is it's difficult because it's easy for me to get over my bitterness because I didn't really have as much stake in the game as he did. You know, he still has children that like hate him, or sounded like that they're not have a good relationship with each other anymore. So I mean, he has a lot more to lose than I did. I mean, I had stuff to lose, but not anything compared to him. But yeah, I did. Yeah, I appreciated it. I think that I was with you. I can't remember specifically what you said, but you did kind of push back on him for being so resentful.
He said that the LDS is a cult, and I had to push back on that.
Well, it's like everything is a cult depending on your resolution, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one. No, I think the cults are religions so small you can't live in them at all. And so I don't think it qualifies as a cult, because it does encompass enough of your life that you can live your life, you know, and not be parasitic on other things. So I don't think it qualifies as a cult.
Yeah, I don't think you can call the LDS a cult. I think the JWs, the witnesses, they are far closer to being cultish, and even I don't know if I would call them really like a real cult. Like, I mean, the new version, what we mean by cults today, right? But I told him that he has to be grateful for Christianity, including the Mormons, and he was shocked and upset and called me a liberal. And
did he call you a liberal?
Yes.
I don't remember that. Oh wait, I think I do remember that actually. Yeah, that was funny.
And like, look, the fact is that precisely like Maimonides said, I mean, we could once more read Maimonides' Laws and Kings, chapter 11. I'm sorry to be taking over your Just Chatting stream, Gavin. Tell me to shut up if you need to tell me to shut up.
No, it's fine. There's a few things that I think are interesting in the chat, but I don't want to interrupt a good conversation either. So
he says in the Laws of Kings and Wars, chapter 11. So it's numbered differently in different places. On Safaria, it's 11:6 because this is the uncensored version. Can there be a greater stumbling block than Christianity? All the prophets spoke of Mashiach as the Redeemer of Israel and their Savior, who would gather their dispersed and strengthen their observance of the mitzvot. In contrast, Christianity caused the Jews to be slain by the sword, the remnants to be scattered and humbled, the Torah to be altered, and the majority of the world to err and serve a God other than the Lord. Nevertheless, the intent of the Creator of the world is not within the power of man to comprehend, for his ways are not our ways, nor are his thoughts our thoughts. Ultimately, all the deeds of Jesus of Nazareth and that Ishmaelite, he's talking about Muhammad, who arose after him, will only serve to prepare the way for Mashiach's coming and the improvement of the entire world, motivating the nations to serve God together. As Zephaniah 3:9 states, I will transform the peoples to a pure language, that they all will call upon the name of God and serve him with one purpose. Now, remember, this was written almost 1,000 years ago, before the discovery of the New World. How will this come about? The entire world has already become filled with the mention of Mashiach, Torah, and mitzvot. That means commandments. These matters have been spread to the furthest most islands, to many stubborn-hearted nations. They discuss these matters and the mitzvot of the Torah, saying these mitzvot were true, but were already negated in the present age and are not applicable for all time. Others say implied in the mitzvot are hidden concepts that cannot be understood simply. The Mashiach has already come and revealed those hidden truths. When the true messianic king will arise and prove successful, his possession become exalted and uplifted, they will all return and realize that their ancestors endowed them with a false heritage, and their prophets and ancestors caused them to err. Now, if there hadn't been the LDS and Christianity and Islam, right, me talking to you about the Jewish Messiah would be a non-starter. You would never have heard of the Hebrew Bible. So when you give me numbers for the number of Christians and Muslims in the world, that doesn't tell me, I don't expect Israel. In fact, Deuteronomy says that Israel will always be the smallest of nations, and we believe that this is something that will always be true even after the Messiah comes. The world will come to worship the God of Israel, but that doesn't mean the entire world will be part of Israel. The 70 nations will still be the 70 nations because there is real diversity in Judaism. And so, yeah, I mean, for me, the fact that if Christianity was actually united, right, and there was no Islam, I think you could make a much better argument. But the fact that there is Islam and Christianity, and they are like, this is too hot, this is too cold, Judaism is just right. Honestly, it's just perfect, and that is the reason why in the past 50 years we've gone from 0 Noahides in the world to 100,000, and it's growing. And look, I never imagined in my life I would meet somebody who is a Noahide. Like, if you had told me 20 years ago I would meet a Gentile who would tell me Judaism is true and I'm a Gentile, I don't want to be a Jew, but I believe in Judaism, I would be like, WTF? And now I have in a very real sense, like I always forget which verse it is. I think it's in Zechariah. It says, in those days, 10 men of each nation will grab a Jew by the corner of his garment, right, the tzitzit, right, and say, we have heard God is with you. We want to go with you, right? And it's like, it's happening. Like, I didn't go up to these people and say, hey, you should come along with me. And like, it's people coming up to me and being like, hey, you Jew, you need to guide the world. That's what Lee Baker was saying to me. That's what Jordan Peterson was saying to like the people in Jerusalem. And Chezi was sitting there gobsmacked, as were a lot of Jews sitting there listening to Jordan Peterson, who's not even a Christian, being like, hey, you Jews, we've heard God is with you. And it's like, how do you look at that verse from 2,000 years ago, only 70 years after the Holocaust, and not like be like dumbfounded?
Yeah.
We got a bunch of feedback in the comments here. I wanted to address one thing in particular. Garth said, his problem with spanking is that child only learns that they shouldn't do to avoid punishment. It lacks a sense of introspection. Well, children don't have introspection at that age, for one thing. Rationalizing what children do in lessons they do and do not get out of things is impossible. We just don't know. And pretending we do know, or pretending we know how children's minds work. They're not rational beings. So any rationality we assign to them is automatically wrong. And the worst part of this is it's irrelevant, because if you don't teach them with small punishments, they will do things that kill themselves immediately.
I will say one thing about parents and spanking. I have seen a lot of good parents, and a good parent spanks their child maybe once in that child's life, maybe twice.
I disagree.
Because it doesn't need to be a regular thing.
No. It shouldn't be a regular thing. It can't be a regular thing, because children don't make mistakes regularly. So,
it's beyond that. You can punish a child. I have no problem with timeouts. Timeouts work. Mm-hmm. Timeouts work very well. And a good parent with like just a stern look can make a child understand, but sometimes that child will not understand until you physically make it very clear.
And you need a gradient.
I'm bigger than you, and you will do what I say.
Well, and you need a gradient, because life has gradient. So if all you do is one type of punishment, they're not going to learn. There can be more severe consequences in life from my actions. And it's up to you as a parent to show them there are less severe and more severe consequences, because they have to learn all that to do trade-offs in the world, because that's how life is. There are trade-offs that are more severe and less severe. And sometimes you have to take the more severe trade-off of hurting yourself by spanking your child, right? Because look, if the child tries to walk into the road and you don't spank them, they're going to continue to try to walk into the road. And eventually that's going to end badly.
It depends. Generally, once you have made it very, very clear to your child that if necessary, I will, in fact, physically enforce things on you.
Yeah.
I have not seen anybody who needed to repeatedly do that.
Right.
If it's something that happens more than a few times when you need to make a point to your child, don't push me. It shows you aren't doing a very good job of signaling to your child where those lines are.
And that's your job, is to signal the lines, right? But 0 is still the wrong number here. No matter what. Like, yes, discernment is hard. Discernment is always hard. But
Hezzy,
zero is the wrong number.
you don't need a link to join. You're an admin on this channel. Just come on StreamYard and you can join the thing.
I want to chime in on the parent thing.
Yeah.
So like what I found is I have 3 children, and so they're each very different. That's the first thing. And then what I was raised by a single father for the most part. And one thing that occurred to me with my children is that when they need that discipline, because I have my wife, I'm able to give them more time and take one off to the side and do some work with them that my father couldn't do because he was a single father. And, you know, so like if we're driving in a car, my father, he doesn't have the freedom, you know, to be able, and the time to be able to handle a situation the same way that my wife and I can handle a situation. So that's something I've noticed. So there's context dependent, like you can end up with kids they're not all the same. And also different parents can end up in different situations, and it's nice to have help. Sometimes it opens up new opportunities for how you handle the situation. Yeah, that's, you know, there's always trade-offs, right? So that's that's my take on it. Is there's no like simple rule on how you can do it every single time. And then also for timeouts, I try not to use timeouts as a punishment. I did that at first, but I wanted to teach them that timeouts are actually a really good thing. Mama likes timeouts. I like timeouts. We do these timeouts so that we can take a breath. We can attempt to calm ourselves, right? We attempt to express how we're feeling. But yeah, but punishment, sometimes it happens. It's not, we also have rewards, right? So when you have rewards, there are things that can be taken away. Similarly, when I got paid for making good grades, you know, if I made bad grades, I didn't get paid as much, like as far as allowances and things like that. So there's all kinds of creative ways to try to encourage your children with the carrot or the stick, you know, to behave properly.
Well, and but you need both. I mean, look, evolution proves to us that we need negative feedback more than we need positive feedback.
It's more important. I'm not going to say I haven't used it, but
yeah, but again, that's the point. And you know, you can't always teach a child why they did the thing is bad. Like they don't have the mental capacity. Like they're children. They don't understand the future. Why is running out in the road bad? Because there's a future potential outcome that they cannot understand. That's why they did the thing in the first place. If they could understand it, they wouldn't have made the mistake. That's why the punishment is important. Like it's not all that difficult. They're not small adults. They're not. Like being an adult takes a development that needs to be managed by your parents. And I think, you know, honestly, a lot of the problems we're having now are because people were improperly parented when they were young, myself included. I was not forced to go to church. I am not happy about this fact at all. I do not think it served me well. I do not think my parents did the right thing by having the hippie attitude, right? I do not think they did like my mother did take me around a bunch of churches and say, hey, what did you think? I didn't know what to think. And I was older then. I still didn't know what to think about the churches other than, as I told Paul Vanderklay, look, you know, going to a gospel church seemed like the best idea to me because these guys are getting up and celebrating their God by dancing and singing in the aisles. That seems like a good idea, right? But that's as far as it went. And like I was not a stupid child, right? I may be a stupid child now, but I wasn't when I was younger, I assure you. And, you know, it's just not that easy. You just can't assume that kids in particular, or that any people really, because a lot of the problems we're having are people are not developed. When you go into the middle of the streets of the city and just scream as some kind of mechanism to make change in the world or make change in yourself, you are an undeveloped child, no matter what your physical age is. You are an undeveloped child. You're psychologically not properly developed. That's bad parenting. It's not only bad parenting, but it is also bad parenting.
So, Jacob, earlier we mentioned what does it mean to be Christ-like? And I'd ask, does that mean flipping tables? So that's related to this comment, I think.
That's
Parents
actually
need to flip more tables.
Precisely what made me bring up the spanking was the flipping tables. It's
a
got to
form
be
of
there.
flipping tables.
Maybe not every week, but it, like I think Mark put it pretty well. It can't. 0 was the wrong number.
Which painting? Could you put it up again? I didn't see it.
This one, parents need to flip more tables.
Oh, the comment. Okay,
Yeah, the
I
comment.
thought you said you mentioned the painting. Sorry.
The other thing that I found interesting earlier was this. There was an opinion about this. You really think you should wipe out a people if God tells you so? So, legitimate perspective, in my opinion.
Do you think that? Who are you to question what God tells you to do?
So
Yeah.
But then, so there are people who are told to drown their babies in bathtubs, and they will say they think it's God, right? And so the question, like,
That's
it's a good,
but that's
it's
a
always
different
good
problem.
but it's always a good question to ask yourself: is it what God wants, or is it what I want? Right?
That's a good question. But again, you can't tell me in a reading of the Old Testament that didn't happen. Like, it's like,
Well, I mean,
then there are no words, and language can't work. And
Well,
I'm not a postmodern, so
so
I don't believe any of that.
my perspective is that humans are often tricked to get them to do the things that the leaders want them to do, and so that's the way I see a lot of this.
That's true, but that's a different issue from what's.
Well, I
being
mean, that's
proposed
how
here.
I read the Bible, though. I read the Bible as a trick, a good trick, maybe, but a trick.
So Jacob, come on, you're the Old Testament expert by far. So, like, my understanding from talking to other Jews is that, look, God calls us to do these things sometimes, and they're right.
Okay, you have to understand. First of all, I wasn't paying attention because I really have to read this. I just got a text from one of my clients thanking me because his wife's cancer is in remission and I helped them with their health insurance. And that's like one of the things that like makes my life,
that's
being an
good
insurance
news.
agent.
It's good
like,
feedback.
Yeah, it's like, look, if you actually read your Old Testament, you will see God says over and over again, I do not desire that the wicked die.
Right.
He says that over and over.
Of course
and over.
he does. Right.
And so the Jewish interpretation, and Chazi mentioned it earlier, right? We believe that the Sanhedrin, and here's Rabbi Chazi to speak for himself. The Mishnah says that, I really like the fact that it's an argument in the Mishnah. And in the Mishnah, I think it's Rabbi Akiva who says, if a Sanhedrin that puts one person to death every 7 years is
Katlani, deadly, is
Dead.
katlani, which means it's a deadly one.
I prefer murderous.
Murderous, sure.
Okay, katlani, right? And there's a different rabbi who says once every 70 years. And Rabbi Meir says, you guys are just increasing the numbers of murderers in the world, right? And I like the fact that there is this tension there, right? Rabbi Meir is like, no, you can't just, right? You can't just say we're not going to put anybody to death, right? So it's a tension. It's a real tension between God doesn't want anyone to die, and if you don't put any murderers to death even once every 70 years, right? You're increasing the number of murderers in the world.
Right.
Right? And the fact that the Mishnah has that tension in it is why I love the Mishnah.
Well, you need that contrast to see. So I think it's important.
There's one that says, now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all.
All right, here we go.
That's okay. That first of all, that is scripture. And you have to distinguish between Mishnah and scripture. So
just in relation, and we'll get back to that, Gavin, if you want to. But
I mean, it's
with
not a big
regards
deal to
to
me. I just know that there's people who bring it up.
with regards to the court system that we were talking about right now, once every 70 years, it being a deadly one, a murderous one, and parenting. So it really has to do a lot with intention as well and how these things happen. And even in the court system, in the text, it says like if you do X, Y, right? You get stoned, you get killed. But the halacha process itself makes it very, very difficult for that to actually happen. So you need to have two witnesses. Those witnesses have a whole litany of stuff that they need to conform to. The court system has to be in a certain time. You have to see them at a certain amount of day when you saw this happen. So it's very rare even to be able to sort of pin the tail on the donkey, so to speak, when it comes to actually sentencing someone to death. So the system, even reading the text, the rabbis engage this with a lot of sensitivity. They didn't go in on this like axe swinging. And back to parenting, also as a father of three, and I agree with what you're saying, Gavin, about like we have to realize the realities of single parents that, and not in your case, obviously, but you have plenty of parents for years ago that weren't aware of the science out there of like, what damage you could be doing to a child. So obviously we live in a different world today. However, as someone who gave his younger daughter a little tap on the hand today when she kept on trying to stick a wet socket into the socket, right? So that's not going to fly. And me just saying no wasn't working. And she had to realize, now obviously she's not getting smacked in the face. She's getting a little tap on the hand. It's dramatic for her. And that's where you want to keep it, in this moment where she realized there was like, what? Why is this guy doing this to me? I thought this guy's all love. And she doesn't realize yet.
Of force. An escalation
Correct,
of force, yeah.
But I'm trying at the same time to channel the same intensity of love that I have when I'm rolling around with her on the floor. It's just like you're getting the same dad right now, just as I'm concerned that I want to make sure you're walking properly and I'm changing your diaper on time. I also have to make sure this socket's not like you're not putting this wet thing inside. And like Jacob's saying, you're right that it's something that needs to happen less often, obviously pending on child. But I do think that, the progressive talking point of like, you can't touch them and like kids have, you have to leave a space for them to express how they're feeling. Like there's a time and place for that when they are developing. And this also has to do with religion. Like there's a certain amount of indoctrination that goes with it. It's because like this is the operating system. And when you get old enough, you'll realize that, yes, it's okay for you to change things. You're going to have your own operating system, but you got to start somewhere. With regards to the destruction of Amalek, so yes, that was and it's all.
They cut him off.
So since Chezi was about to speak Kafira, I'm sure of it. I'm joking, but look, the fact is, when it comes to,
I just want to say, like, being a good parent and being a good father is more important to me than trying to understand Samuel 15. But I know that a lot of people seem to want to call it out. Especially, I've seen I think Muslims would come in, for example, and bring it up.
Khalil of EA Dawa, for him, that's the clincher. That's the one thing. He's like, yeah, God who tells you to kill little babies, forget it. And for me,
you can understand there's people with that perspective.
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately it comes down to, for me, if that's what you're seeing in that story, you're missing the point. Because actually it's a story, and the book of Samuel really is a story of the prophets of God speaking against the kings preferring other elites, right? And what happens is that Saul, he is commanded to kill everything, and he does, including the babies and the animals, but he saves the other king. And Samuel's like, hey, like, and as far as I'm concerned, the point of that story, and I am perfectly fine with talking about it as a story, is
That's an interesting point of whether or not you think it's historical or if it's like,
well,
yeah.
I mean, how historical it is 100% not a 100% historical, right? It was never meant to be written down as a history, right?
That's a
And
good point. Like some people read the Bible and think it's a history.
well, those people are degrading their Bibles.
Maybe this is like the fundamentals of studying the
Yeah,
Bible.
no. Look, it's funny. Like people talk to me and like, do I believe the world was created 5,783 years ago? Yes, I do. 5,783 years ago, and I am as fundamentalist as Jewish fundamentalism gets, and I am like, not in how I live, but in how I believe, 100% within ultra Orthodox Judaism. You don't get more ultra Orthodox than I do, right? But there is no fundamentalism in Judaism. It's heresy. It is absolute heresy to be a fundamentalist in Judaism and like take the Bible where it talks about the hand of God taking us out of Egypt. If you are actually imagining a literal hand, you're an idiot and a heretic.
Yeah, it's very confusing for some people when you read that God has a hand.
Well, if it's confusing you, then you probably are not one of the brightest bulbs in the drawer, and your voice should not be amplified.
It probably just needs to be a conversation, but then also calling people a dull bulb, doesn't help with the conversation perhaps. But.
No, I think that's appropriate there. That's appropriate there.
Well,
it's not appropriate when he starts pointing at drawers and assuming they're all dull bulbs. But
Hezi was talking about an operating system, and so there are people raised with an operating system that's, maybe they hear this flying spaghetti monster, and so they're not taught the same way of analyzing the Bible that you were taught. So
right. Okay. No. Okay. I have to say, like, there are definitely very, very smart people who were brought up in fundamentalist Christianity, and God should have mercy on their souls, just like God should have mercy on my soul. But what doesn't work, and look, if I am one-on-one talking to somebody like that, I will try to educate them and work with them as much as possible, right? But ultimately, especially once we are speaking in public, right? And did you see the clip that I clipped from the Hazoni Peterson talk today?
Not yet.
So Hazoni and Peterson are talking about the importance of actually being married and having children, and how the experience of getting married and having children teaches you something about being a leader and being a grown-up, and how it is in Judaism incumbent upon every single person to get married and have children. And in fact, like, one of the requirements for leadership in Judaism is in fact to get married, and you're supposed to get to have children if you can, etc. Right? And then he like throws he in the middle of the line, he's like, a Jewish value, and he's like, and Christian value, and it's like, no, actually, that's not a Christian value. You just threw that in to be nice, where you should have dunked on the Christians and been like, and this is why you're stupid.
Catholics, not all the Christians, just the Catholics.
As he says no.
I saw that clip yesterday.
As he likes the gentle touch.
He also talks about the flood. I was thinking of clipping 2 clips. One is the clip that Jacob sent me, basically saying that, like, look at this fool. And 2 was one that I think sort of connected to Matthew's Peugeot's book. Just Yarm Chazani speaks about the flood being, you know, like the waters signifying God's chaos sort of in the world in a certain extent. And that relates to what you're talking about right now about Samuel and now, like, you know, how historical the Bible is. And I wrote on the comments something that Jordan said about being a meta truth. So I look at these things. You know, you have to look at this very carefully and not assume all these things obviously are historically true. However, they true in a different sense. And like Jacob was saying, there's a tremendous lesson that's what we learned from Samuel not killing the king. And later on, that comes back. What we have in our tradition, that bloodline continues all the way to Haman. That ends up, being that issue with Esther and Mordecai. So that's all the same bloodline. Now, as far as it being like a full destruction, at this day and age, and this is how the rabbis explain it, that this is really supposed to be a philosophical elimination of this kind of thought process that Amalek had. More specifically, that at the time of the exile of the freedom, the redemption of Egypt, there was a global recognition, so to speak, of God's wonder, and for that to be attacked right away off the bat was a huge affront to God and sort of to the greater mission of what He's trying to accomplish. So it's supposed to be more philosophical of these two concepts fighting each other. So I know Mark said sometimes if God says wipe these people off the face of earth, and He means like, then wipe them off the face of the earth. However, I don't think in this day and age that is the requirement. Just like I don't think God's requirement is to Noah is to destroy the world anymore. There's a development, and there's a development also with God's understanding where we are and where we could see Him. And I mentioned this a few times in this space, but when God introduced Himself to Moses, reveals Himself to Moses and the burning bush, he says, "I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." And the reason that's happening is because He's letting Moses know that I revealed myself in different versions at different times, and they had different versions of understanding me. And one of them was where there was a flood, which was like a super intense version of me. But yeah, so there isn't an answer for me to tell you that like it doesn't say that in the Bible. It does say that in the Bible. The question is how you interact with the Bible.
Yeah,
so
we struggle with God too, which is fine, which means we bargain, and that does change over time, to your point, right? But yeah, and again, to say that didn't happen is a different statement.
But you're mentioning struggling with God which is the name Yisrael, but Jacob gets that name. So there's a famous story. He's by the Yabok passing. He's about to go meet his brother. He's bugging out, and he stays by himself in the middle of the night. And the commentaries ask, why was he alone? Like Jacob, like you have a huge fight. Your kids are with you. Like, why are you wandering off alone in the forest right now, the wilderness, before this big fight? And the sage's commentary says that like he forgot some pachim ktanim, small cans that he had to go pick up because he cares about the little things just like he cares about the big things. Now I call bullshit on that. I look at pachim ktanim as an interpretation of little pockets of guilt. You have to realize that Jacob lied to his dad based on what his mother told him. Did this whole move with Laban over there, and now he's coming back. He's like, maybe my brother does have the right to kill me. Like, who knows what I'm doing? Like, I'm on this mission that I'm not connected to, and you have this internal struggle going on. And this whole issue with him fighting with the angel. The angel doesn't give him a name, but if it is an angel, why is he not stronger than Jacob? And if it's not an angel, then he damages his leg, but then his leg is okay afterwards. So I think you're really looking at the Bible giving you like a case of like, imagine someone revving himself up before a concert. So almost like someone in this deep a place of despair, really trying to work out his own anxieties, and he emerges successful with a different name. I'm going to give myself a new title right now. Now, I could still see all of that as happening as divine. I don't have to see another man there with wings fighting him. These are internal processes that we go through, and you could use Pajoian language and say like there's an angel involved over here. Sure, but that version of an angel, and again, speaking from a historical point of view, I much rather explain that to my child than tell him like there was a man with a sword from the sky.
Right. Well, that's a story of transformation, and that's the new naming and the relabeling, right? That's the man. If there's one weakness in Vervaeke's stuff, it's transformation. He just says transformation, and glosses right over the whole thing. And I think a better way of thinking of transformation is struggling with an angel. Like I think, right, because it's a higher spirit than you are now. Like if you're going to transform, it doesn't make any sense that you just kind of like transform like what magic. No, you need a scaffolding to transform with and into. Right, you need help when you transform, because transformation isn't always good. Like most things are bad. So transformation is going to skew bad on average. So you need people to help you through that.
And Jacob wasn't ready for that at the time, because when he gets to when he is on the run and he lies down and he has the dream of the angels coming up and down. Also, commentary says then that if he would have stepped up to the plate, stepped up to the challenge, the redemption of Israel would have been at hand, basically. But he wasn't ready for that. And you could also see him bargaining with God. Like, listen, I know my dad and my granddad spoke about you, but like, I'm not sure about this relationship. So like, if you indeed take care of me and watch over me, and when I come back, then like I could find this recognition. But you could see that sort of, on one hand, he's speaking to God. So he's clearly at a very high level. On the other hand, he's making, unlike his grandfather, Abraham, which challenged God, but understood his position as like, ultimately you'll do what you want. Jacob still seems to have a more juvenile understanding of God, and sort of still putting it into a context of like, if you protect me, and not realizing this has to be sort of a, like you said, a self-transformation.
Chazi, while I have you, you said you were going to speak to Rabbi Cherokee this week?
No, I'm speaking to another person this week named Rabbi Sarel. One second. What's his name? His name is Sarel Rosenblatt. This is the book.
Okay.
It's about, and then Rav Cherokee, I hope to speak to next week.
Okay. So, real serious question. If somebody wants to become a Noachide, and they want to actually make a Kabbalah and like actually have a Kabbalah, right?
An acceptance,
right? I think there are people who have spoken of rabbinic courts receiving them, and it's a real question if you, as of Beis Din, of our little Beis Din here, are going to have some sort of method of people being Makabo, being a Noachide, either online or offline or something, and making it happen, because honestly, there's a need for that. And he's frozen.
He doesn't love us anymore.
Well, maybe he's
there. He is.
Okay.
I got you. I mean, in short, you want me to ask him how technically that could be done on this little corner of the internet?
More than that, I want to take off. I want you to take achrayut for making something like that happen.
I will gladly speak to him about that, and if that's something that is feasible and practical, I do not mind. Well, I'll follow up. We'll see what's what.
Okay. Okay, I am actually going to go because I have things to do. I will talk to you guys later. You guys have fun. And if anybody wants to actually formally become a Noachide, they can contact Rabbi Chazi. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was fast. I said I would talk to him, and now I eventually I became the request.
That's Jacob's tactic. That's what makes him so, quote, lovable, if you can believe it.
Wow. I see.
I want to address the question here, Gavin, that CW Weeks put in, because he's one of my favorite people for sure. I'm not attempting to rebuild any social infrastructure, right? It's already there. There's no reason to rebuild it. You just have to point people at it, because we do need an infrastructure for transformation. It's not a free ride. It's not something you can do by yourself on average. Like the Buddha did it, but you're not the Buddha. So get over yourself. And that's one of the problems I have with Vervaeke's work. Like, he just pretends like as an individual you can transform. And on average, almost no one can ever do that. It's an absurd idea. It's a stupid concept. It's a failure. I think it's unethical for him to imply it. And I don't like any of it. I think it's irresponsible to even imply such things.
Is that what he's implying? And I'll just agree with you, because Jordan bashed Sam for this in one, I think it was in their second conversation, where he basically said, like, listen, Sam, like, way to go. You did it. You managed to like construct like this life. You are a very special man. And, you know, not people can't do that on scale. My question though is to Vervaeke, I think he discusses like ecology of practices, and you got to have like, it has to be embodied, and like, you know, his conversation of a religion that's not a religion, he doesn't mean about doing that alone. He understands that there needs to be
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He says that, but he doesn't understand it. He talks about the agent-arena relationship, right? Well, what's the problem with the agent-arena relationship? Look, I think it's a very useful concept, but it's individualistic. There are no arenas with only one agent, and there's no agents in only one arena. And see, everything's simple when it's one. Everything. And this is a well-known problem in scale, especially in computers, right? Dealing with the single case is easy and straightforward. And you know what you can't do is deal with the more than one case the same way you dealt with the single case. You know what? Ever. And it's mathematical. Like, it's not even a question. And this is the problem with even Peterson's work. And I would say that, yeah, and I think it was actually the fourth conversation where you get into it. And he said, look, Sam, you know, you're very smart, you know, but what about everybody else? And the problem that I have with that was not even Sam Harris's ridiculous non-answer. But there's two problems that. One is, if you listen closely, the audience laughed about that.
Right.
Okay. That smacks of elitism, and I would just honestly label those people as evil right off the bat. That is an evil thing to do, is to treat a question like that, a serious, important question like that, as a point of derision for you. Like, no, you're not a good person if you're treating other people like that because you think that they're lesser than you. That automatically puts you out of the realm of doing the good for me immediately. And you can make an argument, Mark, evil's too harsh. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I'm going to go there anyway. But the other problem is Sam Harris is not a good person. Like, he didn't do it. He just says he did it. And then the Trigger Pod talk, proves that. And I have a video on that, Sam Harris highest value. Like, the guy doesn't care about dead bodies, dead babies in a basement. Like, he's not a good person. I'm sorry. He's just not.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, you're talking about the interview when he talks about Hunter Biden's laptop, and like, okay, right. Yeah. So I would just say, in Sam Harris's defense, again, not about a specific thing he said, but, you know, the way he talks about, you know, lying, or the point is that here's an example of someone that built moral scaffolding, quote unquote, out of nothing, even though that's not true that it's out of nothing. Understand that. But
no, it's now, out of nothing.
Right. Now, Vervaeke's move over here, right, which is it's difficult, because on one hand, you're like, I love this. Like, right, a cognitive scientist is now, quote unquote, like affirming sort of like the things we do here. So, like, you know, and I think he's good faith. I don't think he's trying to, like, you know, like if there's Jesus smuggling, I don't know if he's trying to do like science smuggling necessarily.
I think he is, but I think he's also good faith. Like, I met John. He's definitely a good faith actor. Like, I love John. John, you know, changed a lot of my life for the better. So good for him.
So, but what is happening? Like, you know, when he discusses like circling, right? That's like not alone. That's like you're doing that as a group.
Circling is guaranteed to corrupt people. I think Curtis Yarvin wrote a beautiful article. Well, it's not a beautiful article. It's a poorly written article, but his point was correct, is that if you take, say, the circling video that Guy Sengstock, and I talked to Guy Sengstock, he was on our server, so I got to ask him some questions. But if you take that video and instead of watching the video, you read the transcript, you're going to realize immediately that what's happening is they are inserting experience into somebody else. And that is not a good move. And because circling is not hierarchical, and because it doesn't have rules, and because most people psychologically project, it is going to skew bad more often than it skews good. And I have the same criticism for estuary. I think estuary is going to end in tears for exactly the same reasons. I think these non-hierarchical structures are unsustainable. And, I take seriously the psychology around leaderless groups tend to be led by the most psychotic members. And I think there's scientific evidence to back all that up. So why these scientists are doing this, I don't know. The science would tell them that they shouldn't. I think it's dangerous. Vervaeke did a whole course on cultivating wisdom. I think he misframed a lot of the practices, and I get it. And I have practices. We took one of his private practices, his private Lectio Divina, and turned it into a group practice on purpose. And I think it's a wonderful practice. It's hierarchical. There's a reader. There's a guide for the reader. There's somebody to manage the situation. And then you have other participants. And that whole structure is very important. It was thought about very carefully. I was one of the people that helped develop that practice into a group practice, and so I feel very strongly about it. But also we have good results with it, and people report good results with it. And also, all practices are not for all people. And you can't just grab them willy-nilly. And I understand that John doesn't want that to happen, but he also doesn't have a way to schematize them. Now, I think Manuel and I do, but John doesn't. And you need to step through them carefully. You can't just adopt any old practice and have it work for you. Otherwise, you'll spiritually bypass. So there's a lot of problems there with that infrastructure.
In the commentary about the story of Esau and Jacob say in Hebrew, it's chanochet hanar lefi darko, raise the child according to his specific ways. Basically, you're right, there can't be a one size fits all. And early on, the Bible also recognizes that you're dealing with different personalities over here at the end of the day. Excuse me, guys, for a second while I just park in this dark parking lot. But when you're saying that these things like estuary, I would assume just sort of like AA isn't that something that could persevere?
Oh, I'm sure it could persevere. Circling's been around for 25 years. I just don't think it's on balance good. And like I said, Curtis Yarvin wrote an article where he had a girlfriend like that, and he saw problems with it. And I agree with what he saw. I think he's right.
Are you seeing those problems in estuary, though? I don't know. Obviously.
Whoops, we lost Chezik.
He's in a structure.
Yeah, that's what happened. There he is. Now he's back. I look, estuary's too new. I'm still predicting that a lot of estuaries are going to end in tears. I've had reports from people indicating, yeah, this is going to end in tears. And the reason why the early meetups worked is because they weren't estuary.
Does PVK conceive estuary as being church adjacent?
No, he doesn't. I mean, that's part of the whole key for him, is that it can't be church adjacent. And I agree with that. That's not the issue. The issue is that whether it's church adjacent or not, it needs a structure. People need structures to cooperate. When you try to build cooperation without structure, you corrupt. Period. End of statement. It's inevitable. It's chaos. So we are not equal.
Is the estuary protocol that lays out the procedures, is that structure at all?
No, it's not.
So why is that not structure?
Because it doesn't have any structure in it. It just says, here's what we do. Okay. It's a set of rules. There's no hierarchy and there's no structure.
I mean, it could
it's
be
just you do this. It's a procedure. It's a procedure.
It's a little different than everybody just getting naked and dancing, or something like that.
Yeah, having rules is different from not having rules, but that's nothing to
Okay.
do with structure, because rules and structure work together. And you can't have you can have one without the other, but it can't be successable. Like this is the reductionist problem. Oh, I don't like the structure, so I'll get rid of it. But can you? Like, you're just making wild assertions that are countermanded by thousands of years of evolution. Like, so I'm a no on that, because
Is
I'm
there
like,
a structure without rules?
you can have a structure without rules. Lots of people have structures without rules. That's what a platform is.
Can you give me an example of a structure without rules?
Yeah, Twitter. Twitter's a structure without rules. Like, all platforms are structures without rules. Rules develop. Like, the hashtag is not something that Twitter came up with. The hashtag is something that happened on Twitter, right? Wasn't a rule. It's still not a rule. There's nothing special about hashtags. Nothing. They were invented as an emergent property by the people working in the structure of Twitter.
I see an algorithm as like a set of rules, a recipe.
It can be, but it isn't necessarily. And some platforms don't have algorithms. Like Discord doesn't have an algorithm. That's a platform. There's a structure without rules.
Yeah, I guess it's just it's not a big deal. I do need to get to bed soon. This was a long one. And
it was good. It was great, Gavin. I'm glad you're doing this, and I was happy to jump in and make some comments. And
I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, it was lovely to talk about trade stuff and make people happy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's for me. That's those topics are like, they seem more useful. Like, there's some topics that's not they don't seem as useful to me. I don't like when you talk about Neoplatonism, for example. I haven't been able to figure out how that's going to help me, right? Or those kinds of conversations.
It's not for everybody, right? Yeah. And individualism isn't for everybody. Although I wish everybody would see it more often, because it's everywhere. And it is poison. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It was a good comment. So I appreciate it.
I love to stay away from the propositional. That's what I am enjoying understanding other people's perspectives. So I appreciate that. And I like learning your perspective.
All right. Have a good night, sir.
All right. Good night.